Hello. It's me. Hello. I have no idea if this scene is set up correctly. I think it looks okay. I think we're going to need to tweak a couple things. I've noted on this. He says, lying. Hey everyone. Hey Timmy. Hello Jekyll. Hello Neum. I appreciate the lurks, friends. And hello, hello. How are we all doing? It's Friday. We finally made it to the weekend. I say this every time, but it's true. Because, holy hell, I mean it this week. It's been a hectic week. I don't know if it's just me. I don't know if everyone else is synchronized in that aspect, but Jesus. Yakuza Friday gift, for real, for real. That is the mood for today. It is certainly Friday. Thank you for the support on Twitter, friends. Much appreciated. So, apparently it's our 12-year anniversary. How nuts is that? So, I definitely haven't been streaming for 12 years. Did I say 12 years or 12 months? I meant years. Apparently it's our 12-year anniversary. I definitely haven't been streaming for 12 years, but apparently that's when I made this account. I watched my first Twitch stream 12 years ago today. Crazy to think about. That's actually kind of scary. It's actually very scary. There's no kind of about it. That's very scary. 12 years ago. I was explaining to people what Justin TV was at one point recently. And I was like, wait a minute. I'm old. In Twitch years, I'm old. And we did it. We made it to 12 years, apparently. I have no idea how people do just chatting streams. I'm 7 minutes in and I'm already panicking. I'm like, wait, there has to be something visual on the screen. I'm like a visual ADHD moment. I'm like, why is nothing happening? Why is there nothing on screen? I've planned a couple things. I've got a couple things set up. A lot of this really was impromptu though. I realized, when did I realize this? I posted about it on the Discord. When did I realize this? 12,000 years post Tower of Babel speech. How many characters? I kind of have an idea with that. Because not many. Mainly because I don't know any of them. I included the ones that I felt I could actually give an opinion on. But that being said, there were a lot of League of Legends characters. I figured we might as well just do a separate League of Legends tier list. I think that makes more sense. There's enough champions at this point in the fucking game that I think they should have their own list, so I think that's what we're gonna do. I've yet to find one, but I will find one. But in terms of the actual characters we've got, there's a few. Not as many as I thought, to be honest. What I realized was, for those who don't know, this is an updated idea. We did this like 2 years ago. There and there's a couple. There's a couple. Oh man, I ruined the order. I don't think there's much of an order. There's kind of an order. Like all the Saki characters are here. Oh, it's cropped. It's a disproportionate balance, I'll give you that. But they're in here. It's because I have, I don't know. I'm pickier when it comes to I'm not as picky. But when it comes to, yeah, I suppose I'm takes a bit more to make the brain go brr, I suppose. But yeah, 2 years ago we did a waifu tier list, and I don't really want to revisit that idea, because that's, I don't know. I realized that, like, this list has 135, and I'm like, there's probably like 10 on here that you could say are waifu material. So, to make it actually interesting, this is favorite characters. This is just every show judge silently. I'm assuming that's what today is going to be. Today's going to be the least controversial stream ever, because it will be a lot of silent lurking and judging, but that's okay. It's for historians. It's so that when I'm famous in 20 years and I'm the next billionaire, they can check out the VOD and understand that I've always been cringe. And they're like, oh, okay. He's always been cringe, it's fine. This is all for historians. This is a historic effort today. So we moved away from the way we structured it before, so that we can include as many characters as I could think of. I essentially started by... I'm doing this all in incognito, by the way, because I don't want to show my bookmarks and dox myself on Facebook somehow. So if I close... Because actually I need to check. If I type in F, is it going to autocorrect to Facebook? Let me close this real quick. F. Yes. Okay, good to know. It will autocorrect your search results. Okay, so... I was going to Google something and now I forgot. My anime list. I basically found the ancient My Anime list that I showed off a while back. Went through all of my favorites on here, and then I went on a character by character basis. And it depended on the show. So for a show like Angel Beats, that's not Angel Beats, that's Angel Beats. For a show like Angel Beats, there's only, I like a lot of these characters, but I definitely have a favorite character. Yui. But when it comes to something like this, literally everyone on here is a favorite character, so I just added them all. At the start I was like, maybe I should stick to a one character per show rule, and then realized even if I did that, even if I took just every show, where is it? If I sort these by score, even if I just did every 8 out of 10 up to a 10 out of 10, we'd have 60 characters, give or take, because there's duplicates in here. And I was like, that's not going to be enough. And then I realized, yeah, 60 probably would have been enough. 60 probably would have been okay. So we got a fair bit here. Konosuba menacingly, exactly. That's a fantastic example, look. The only thing I didn't include Wiz. And now I regret it. Or Kazuma, actually, thinking about it. Wait a minute. This list is already dead. Alright, so there's some improvements to be made, I suppose. Bruh. Well, that's the thing, because, like, a lot of them were Mahjong Soul characters, and there's only, like, 2 in Mahjong Soul that I actually like. The rest of them, I just like spending money. Speaking of which, there's a really good animated skin on sale in Mahjong Soul right now, and I kind of want it, but it would cost me £30, and I don't think I can justify that, so whoops. And the other were like Genshin Impact's characters, and I don't know anything about Genshin, and all those characters are 10 years old to me. And I'm like, I don't know any of these characters, I don't know who they are. So... Do we just go? Do people do preamble before these kind of streams? Is that how these work? My heart. I mean, I don't hate. I should end that sentence now. I don't like Genshin. that's the nicest thing I can say about Genshin. I don't like Genshin, but that's okay, because I'm cringe. Remember, I'm allowed to have terrible opinions. I think that's how it works. You didn't hear that. You didn't hear Mahjong Soul opening. No one heard that. Do I not have Mahjong Soul on this scene? Apparently not. Okay, check it out as Mahjong Soul. So... yeah, there's like 3 characters I like in here. And then the rest of them are like Saki characters. And they're in here because it's Saki, so... like... they're already here because Saki exists. Like, they're here. But hey. Oh, is it mission reset time yet? Not yet. I'm ahead of myself. But I did this. almost. I've soon got to do my dailies. Maybe that's how we'll break things up. So we have this one, and then I realized this website also has a tournament bracket system. So this is randomly selecting... Oh, I just realized the crop doesn't work for this one though. Alright, check this out. Alright, that doesn't work at all. That doesn't work either. What if I add a different crop filter that only does this? And then if I temporarily do this, there we go. So this website is with the same people, and they just pick randomly from your list and set it up as a tournament setting. So I think that means not everyone is in here. But I did that for this as well, because maybe we'll get different responses that way. And then, because I'm extra, I also wanted to do something Vocaloid related, because there was mention of Vocaloid in the Discord. And then in hindsight, I was like, if I'm ranking Vocaloid characters, there's only really 4 that I actually have an opinion on, and they're here. Like, the rest of them I don't know enough about, or listen to enough to have an opinion. Because I am a normie. So they're all here. So I figured, instead, I'll just take all of my favorite Vocaloid songs, and I'll rank my favorite songs instead. Maybe that's what we'll do. And I made sure that I have the MP3s for all of these songs, so we'll have previews for the songs as I'm talking about them. And on that note, this stream will not be archived. I've already made it so that anything with just chatting doesn't get VODed, so there won't be a VOD for this one. I'm recording it, and I'll probably chuck it on YouTube and see if I get demonetized there or whatever the fuck. But because we'll be playing a lot of Vocaloid music, then we'll probably get struck. We're not going to have the VOD on for this one. And then I did the same for this one, so this also has a tournament set up for it. And then we'll do a League of Legends one, I guess. Depending on how my brain work. If my brain work is probably the more accurate response. Make a VOD that gets saved, just putting you everything in top tier and ending the stream. That's actually better. That's a good idea. But just choosing one thing that I know will piss off the most people. What one character would piss off the most people? Based on what we have here. Probably if I put like Carlin in F tier or something. If I put everyone in top tier and put Carlin down here. Everything from Code Geass in bottom tier. I was half there. I was half right. I think that's what would piss off the most people. Because the rest of these shows are just moe shit anime. But yeah, I realized that compared to the tier list we had 2 years ago, there really isn't that much difference in terms of the actual shows I've seen. I really haven't watched much anime in the last 2 years, apparently. Like, I actually can't... Like, I think everything at the top here is stuff that I didn't include before, and then down here it's like all the same shit. So... I guess I'll see if my opinions have changed. Of you just shit-talking? Alright, yeah, to start with, the first thing we need to do is to take every character from Code Geass and put them in the bottom tier. The lowest tier that we can give them. So now we know that even if they're in the lowest of low tier, we know that they're better than Code Geass, so it's fine. There you go. Out of context VTubers? He said what? About my favorite show? He did what? How dare he? I just feel there's so much shit on the screen. One sec, let me clear this up. This could be so much cleaner. Rainwave. I'm gonna put you up here. It's a better layout. I hate this shit, by the way. I wish you could turn this shit off. I'll get my own shit emoji. I suppose that covers the top tier things, so we'll put it here. There we go. Perfect. Alright, let's start. If we're actually... For these shows where I've got multiple characters, I think I need to, like... I feel like I need to justify everything. Because this is actually probably controversial for the start. Because I actually really like Lelouch. And I get that he's meant to be terrible, and he's a monster. But as I discovered when going through my favorite characters for this, to actually export all the images, there's a lot of terrible characters on here that are my favorite, so... Got it? Bruh, I'm ruined. I'm actually ruined. The bit hasn't started yet. This is real. Oh fuck, there it is. It's real. There you go. For anyone who jumps in now, they'll understand what they're in for. Wait, I can just set it to never go away? What? Does that end after the stream? Oh, end of stream. Okay. I thought you could just keep that forever. You could have that for months. Okay, I see, I see. But there it is. Now it's pinned for everyone to see. So if we move through this... I think this is the complicated part, because now I've got to figure out where I stand with these characters. Because I think Lelouch is more interesting than C2. But then I think Colin is probably more interesting than C2. And then I actually like Suzaku even though he's the worst. But I can't just put all three of these in, like... I also didn't label these because I don't... Like A, B, C, D, E. So if something's E tier, like these are all my favorites. You know what I mean? Hey Cherry! We're doing a favorite anime characters tier list today. And I'm ready to be silently judged by everyone in the room. And then we're doing a Vocaloid songs tier list as well. And now I'm trying to justify my Code Geass beliefs. Because this guy's a monster, but I think that's cool. I think that's a compelling character. Colin, I probably think C2's better than Colin. Remember, this is mine. This is a favorite. These aren't the what's the word? Objectively the best. These are personal. Should I just have a huge disclaimer on the screen that just says personal opinions? I'm sure it's fine. Code Geass is very good. Code Geass took me like multiple times to watch it all the way through because we always used to marathon it. And because there's so much of that show, I would always pass out. But that's a really good show. Actually really good. I got very disappointed because my favorite character turned out to be terrible. And they're not in this list. That's how terrible they are. For like a season and a half, I had a favorite character, and I won't say who. But I had a favorite character. And it turns out, they're not my favorite anymore. They turned pretty terrible. But it's a really good show. It's very different to everything else in here, because everything else is just... cute moe crap. That's all that's in here. Season and a half, and then everything changes. Imagine. I wonder what the inciting event could have been. I wonder if there were warning signs I could have picked up on. Oh well. I was like 10 when I saw that show, so it's okay. We have Schwein. I don't know how many people... The problem is, I know character names, I don't know the names of shows. I actually don't remember what the name of this show is. But it's, a group of characters join, like, an MMO club. They make, like, a clan, a guild in the MMO. And they make a club so that while they're at school they can play MMO games. And this character's called Schwein. And she doesn't realize that that means pig. And then she's very embarrassed about the fact that she made her character named after a pig. I will judge you without hearing your explanation. Understood. Please judge away. We have Schwein. I like Schwein, but the show itself, they're up against some heavy hitters in here. The show itself is good, but you need to be better than good to be in the favorites list, so I think arguably Schwein would go down here. And for clarification, even the lowest tier, they're still faves. There we go. There we go. There's the disclaimer. They're all favorites. They're all good. Judgeable stuff? Oh no, I'm afraid. I'm actually curious because I don't know. I never know. I always think it's the stuff that isn't. But either way, we've got I forget this character's name. I really like the character. Well, that's not strictly true. I think in terms of this show, this character kind of bugs me, but I think they're interesting. What is the name of the show? It's probably in this part of the list. I have my old anime list open for reference. Oh god, what is the name of this show? Recovery of an MMO Junkie? Is that what the English title is? No, that's a different show about MMOs. Okay. Where is it? Oh, it's not Hensky. That's definitely true. That's a different show. Oh fuck, I forgot to put them in the list. There's so many. Is it not even here? How did I know about... How did I remember this? Did I list it as complete? What? I have no idea what the show is called. Is it literally... If I just type in MMO... Bruh. My anime list, like, flip-flops between using... localized titles and the original Japanese titles, so I can never search for anything. What is the name of the show? It's gonna drive me nuts. Oh wait, I have a notepad file with all of the characters' names in. I just have to find... Ako Tamaki. That's her name. Her name is Ako Tamaki. That's Akiba's trip. It's not what I'm looking for. Ako Tamaki. Here they are. Netoge. You thought there's never a girl online. That's what it is. This is the show. So you can see Schwein's in here as well. I like Schwein more than Ako. So I think for that reason Ako has to be on a tier below Schwein. I forgot that her name, because they call her Schwein here, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's Schwein. I forget that they have actual names. Okay. We solved the mystery. So yeah, I guess they go down here. And then we get into Saki territory, I guess. We have 5 Saki characters here. My favorite Saki character is Yuki, this one. Very high up. She's terrible at math. She's only good at mahjong at the start of the games, and when she gets hungry, she starts playing very badly. So I relate to this character on a spiritual level. Yeah, she only likes playing in East when she's the dealer, so she can get lots of repeat hands. And she doesn't do anything that spectacular. She's just good, but she's terrible at math, and she likes food. So she goes up in the top. Yuki Hungi. We literally called her Tacos for the duration of watching this show, because she wants tacos in every single scene she's in. I had to remember that her name is Yuki when trying to find an image of her. So here's Tacos. And then directly below Tacos, we have the club president. We have Prez, whose name is Hisa, I think. She deliberately goes for terrible weights, because for some reason it always works. So even if she could wait for a 4 and a 7, she'll instead just wait for the 4. Especially if there's only 1 left in the entire game. She'll go for that and she'll win. She defies odds. and she refuses to keep her hair in one style. And then we have her wife. This character has glasses. That's the one theme that I noticed a lot. When going through characters, I was like, there's a lot of glasses in this list, but we'll get to that. We have glasses here. She takes off her glasses when she plays Mahjong. This character has glasses, explanation over. Actually, for real. Green good. But they take off their glasses so that they can look at the table better. It means their vision is fuzzy as shit. But it means she can figure out the tiles better. I don't really understand how that works, but it works. We have Toki. Toki is on the side A story, the spin-off. And she's very ill. And her brain goes brr. And she almost dies multiple times during the show because she refuses to stop playing Mahjong. And once again, that is a point of relatability, so she goes higher than glasses. I'm saying glasses to make up for the fact that I've forgotten what her actual name is. And then we have Saki herself. Saki herself is probably better than glasses, but like... Saki's kind of interesting at the start, but then I get more intrigued by the side characters. Because Saki has sibling rivalry. She has the complex of she hates playing Mahjong, but she's the best Mahjong player ever. Because whenever she played with her family, she'd always win and they'd hate it, so she now has a complex about winning. So she doesn't like winning. But she goes into a tournament arc and it becomes complicated. Alright, I'm convincing myself she probably goes higher than Toki. And then we have Bovary. This is another one where I forgot her actual name. Bovary is the shortened version of the show. Because she has like an MMO character name and she has a real character name, and I've forgotten both of them. Maple, that's her name. Her name is Maple. Maple is her character's name. So here's Maple. Maple has never played an MMO before. She specs everything into defense because she doesn't want to get hurt. And she doesn't want her character to get hurt. So it means she becomes the most broken character in the game. Because she has a shield and she's indestructible. So as long as she has friends to deal damage at the start, that's all that matters. But then she also just becomes actually broken. So I think Maple is probably higher than Schwein for me. Schwein is like textbook Sun. Whereas Maple actually has more of a character. Maple probably goes up here, to be honest. Probably higher than Glasses. And then we have another character who I've forgotten their name, but this is the protagonist of Super Cub. Super Cub is the comfiest show. Not the comfiest, but one of the comfiest shows I've seen in a while. It's about a Super Cub. The bike. As someone who never intends to buy a motorbike, or a scooter, or anything of the sort, I was surprised that the show kept my interest, because that's literally what everything is about. But it did, and it's very good. And a lot of that is down to the protagonist. Because you really believe that all she wants is to maintain this bike and keep it alive and just live her life with the bike. So it'll probably get bumped up higher, but I think Super Cub's comfy here. And then we have two characters from Valkyria Chronicles. I've never even seen the anime, but I played the game to completion. So I don't know if their anime counterparts are any different. I'm going to assume not. You probably get some weird differences. But both of them are probably very high for me. Baldi is probably a tier lower than Alicia, but Alicia is very high. Alicia Melchiot, the baker. I think that's where she would stand. Anyway. Yeah, I think so. And then I tried, for the shows, I really did try to limit myself. I could have quite easily had every character from the MMO show. I could have had literally every Saki character. I could have had a bunch more Code Geass characters. I could have had a bunch from Squad 7. But I really did try and limit myself, A, because I'm lazy, and B, because I think it's more interesting when you only have the top of the top. With that being said, we have D4 DJs, Muni o Naruto, and Kyoko Yamate. I think her name is literally Kyoko Yamate, right? D4 DJ. Yeah, it is. It's literally Kyoko Yamate. Her favorite food is hamburger. That's how you know they're a good character. Happy Hamburger Day, chat. So for me, Muni is higher than Kyoko. But that's really close. That's actually so close that like it should probably be like this, where I think from left to right I'm gonna actually try and rank as well. So it's not just that these are all in green, it's that this is the highest, this is the lowest of green. That being said, I care a lot more about Alicia than these Code Geass characters, honestly. You're probably higher than here. We're gonna eventually actually push them down all the way to the lowest tier. Make hamburger country USA. Hamburger country. I'm trying to think if I want to move Muni. Do I like Muni more than I like the Prez from Saki? Probably. She is voiced by Lily Pichu in the English dub. Does that contribute? Does that help? Oh, this is a reference? The only characters you recognize from these faces, me and Bochi. Bruh. You know, you haven't seen Clanad? You haven't seen these guys? You haven't seen these ones? You haven't seen Lucky Star? You haven't seen Konosuba? There's some good shows in here. To be fair, I was only showing like the top list, but you never seen K-On? If you've never seen K-On, actually, you need to watch K-On. K-On's my favorite music anime. I'm not about music. And you got you got Lucky Star. They're all at the bottom. That's what it is. My more action-y stuff, I guess, is up here, like Cowboy Bebop and stuff. Inferno Cop. Oh, there's a couple. It's because I haven't seen a lot of, like, the mainstays, I think. That's the problem. Like, all of the ones that are, like, top 10 on my anime list, I probably haven't seen those. But I've seen Lucky Star, like, 20 times, so that's gotta be worth something. Alright, now we have the cast from Toradora. So I picked these three. We got Taiga, we got the main guy, and we have Midori, I think her name is. Her name Midori? Oh, I hadn't even started watching it when I made this list. Okay. Yeah, oh, Minori. Damn. That was close. Minori. So we have the cast from Toradora. This is probably where the controversy starts. I think Taiga's A tier, like very high. A lot of people hate this character. And I would like to tell them they're wrong. This character's terrible, but that's okay. This character's terrible, but that's okay. The protagonist goes through so much shit for Taiga. And I understand. But I will support Taiga. Bro, wait, no, don't leave. No, you need... I will explain. Tortured soul somewhat. I'm not gonna try and justify a lot of the terrible things they do. But when I'm watching the show, I'm not gonna lie to you and say that I hate Taiga. I still like Tiger. I think Tiger's very good. This is the difference of a fave characters tier list and a good characters tier list, because if I'm looking at this objectively, which is not very well balanced for a what's the word, sympathetic lead. You don't get much sympathy for them, but for me, it worked. I felt sympathy. I thought Tiger was okay. And then you have the protagonist. It feels bad to put him on a tier lower, so I think I put him here. But he cooks. He clean. He does everything and more. He does the work. He gets angry, but in a good way. He's passionate. He likes Minori for a bit. Yeah, Minori's probably on this side. I really like Toradora. This will also probably show how I rank the shows themselves as well. Like, I really like Code Geass, they're all up here. I think the MMO one's okay. Saki is like middle of the ground for me. So this is probably telling for the shows as well. So that's probably where I'd put Toradora. I think Tiger is probably one of the few controversies on here. I will be a Tiger supporter. And when we do this in 2 more years, when we update the list again for our 14-year anniversary, I will estimate that I will still be a Tiger enjoyer. But then we move to Cowboy Bebop. We got Spike. The main man, Spike. Tiger's now 1 tier higher. Yeah, by the 14th year, Tiger will be up here. That's how you know. That's the development of cringe versus based. You can decide which side I'm on. So Spike probably has... I don't think I like Spike as much as I like Lelouch, but I think he's very high up here. I definitely like him more than Toradora protagonist. The fact that I don't remember his name, he probably should go down some steps. Spike is really high up. Spike is one of those characters who... I think it's really tough to make anime cool. I always kind of think, even for the shows that I do think are like objectively cool, I still think they're kind of embarrassing at times. Spike is one of the characters who I'm never really embarrassed to watch. Like, even Lelouch has his moments where I'm like, what the fuck? But he has a lot more to counterbalance that, so he stays up here. Spike is balanced. Lelouch has higher highs for me, but lower lows. But Spike is more balanced for me. He's more consistently cool. He never drops the ball. So I think that's why Spike stays here. And then Faye Valentine, I'm actually not a huge fan of, I have to say. So Faye probably goes down here. But these are probably my 2 favorites, if I can't include Ein. If we did a mascots episode, would that probably be good? We could get the little corgi. You can get the dog. He'd be top tier. That's what I should have done. I should have just put all the mascots in and then put them all in top tier. That would have been the smart thing to do. So now we have Boach. Boach goes up here. We got Boach. S tier. I don't know about top tier, because I'm limiting myself. I'm gonna say probably 2 or 3 will probably make it to top tier. I didn't drag her high enough. Is that better? Is that what we should be doing? I don't know. I really like Boach, but I think it's early days for Boach. When did the show come out even? We need to see if Boach stands the test of time. You know what I'm saying? I'm well aware that there is no what's the word? Doubt. There's no doubt in your minds that Boach will stand the test of time, but who knows? I think Boach is very... This is very good company. These are some of my favorite characters in shows ever. Boach is in very good company. But I don't know if they take top tier, honestly. I just don't know. I don't know. Boach good though. Boach encompasses what it feels like to be a musician who hates being a musician. like, or hates performing as a musician, I should say. As someone who was in a guitar group for like only 1 year in high school, I did that once and that was really awkward. I played bass for a guitar group. We had like 3 people who played guitar and then they needed someone who played bass. And one of the people in that group I was friends with, and he was like, hey, did you know that... I think he literally said, Owen owns a bass. I don't think he ever said Owen plays bass, because I don't. But I think he was like, hey, Owen owns a bass. So they then were like, hey, do you wanna play in this guitar group? We'll play at a... Oh, where even was it? It was so awkward though, because everyone else there was doing classical music. Like, there were violinists and people playing the piano, people playing cellos and like string and wind instruments. And then we played like Danny California or something. It was like... I just... I can't... It's like such a clash. We did get a compliment though, where they were like, you were the only ones that I was actually interested in, because someone didn't like classical music. But that was like the only thing, and that was painful. So that's where Boach comes in. That's where Boach relates to my brain. It also didn't help. At the time I thought it was really cool. My bass guitar literally has flames on it. It's literally a Guy Fieri bass guitar. Like, it's a black with a black head and it has flames. So when you're stood next to people with classic violins and they're playing classical music, I can't imagine being an audience member and then looking over and being like, oh yes, very good, and then looking and seeing a kid with a giant bass with flames and being like, oh yes, this will meet my expectations for what I've just experienced. Anyway, that's a ramble. We are now in the key section. So these are some of my favorite visual novels that got turned into animes. So these will rank really high. For me, we have 2 characters from Canon. If no one's either seen or played Canon, very good. It's on Switch now. They ported the game to Switch, which is kind of nuts. I'm insane, so I bought a physical version and I got it shipped from Japan. Because I'm stupid. But Canon's very good and it's very important to me, so that's why IU goes up here. I think, hold on, let me get the show for Canon. I hadn't even seen Canon. How old is this list? We figured it out on one of the streams, I just can't remember. The show came out in 2006. But hey, look, it's IU. IU good. IU eats fish crackers and wears a coat, and they have a bag with wings. This is like low-key the reason my character has wings. Because this character has a backpack that has wings on it. And I've always kind of wanted one. I don't think it's something I would ever wear outside. Like ever. But you can see it here too. I kind of want a backpack with wings like this. I kind of want something like that. IU good. And then I also put Nayuki on here as well. Nayuki's a complex character. It's kind of complicated. I don't want to spoil anything for half of these shows, but Nayuki good. And this is also the style of anime where people say why their eyes so far apart. And I've had to defend this style, and I will continue to defend this style to my death. So I think that you are probably on the other end of this same tier list. I think they have to bookend, in a sense. I think they have to be one side. Like, stay within the same bracket, but occupy the both sides. I think that's where we put Canon, just because that show is important. And then if we stick with the train, we also have Air. We have the protagonist from Air. I don't care about Air as much, realistically. They probably stay like here. In terms of the key visual novels, I didn't include anything from Rewrites or Harmonia, because I haven't seen Rewrite in forever, and I don't remember much. And I think Harmonia would be kind of out of place here. Where are the... There's another one in here, but I'm trying to see where they are before we get to Clannad, because Clannad's going to completely change everything. They are in here, right? All of these characters are so visually similar that I'm struggling to pick out specific ones. Are they not here? Oh, here they are. Okay. We'll move all of the characters from Little Busters up here as well. Okay, so we have 5 to go through here. This is how you know these shows are important, because I couldn't choose one, I had to choose 5. Don't mind the fact that I think how many is this? I chose 9 from Clannad, but that's another story. So we have 6 to go through here. So, how do I explain this show? How do I explain? The visual novel's a lot easier to digest because it's a typical key visual novel where it's essentially set up like a dating sim, but it's actually about the stories of the characters. But it means you have character-specific roots, and the show takes on the most typical, like, the main route, if you like. Because I'm a loser, I happen to think that Mio's route, which is a side route, is a personal favorite, so that means Mio goes up here. Unfortunately, I think Mio goes here even. This character's very important. That's another one where to explain anything, it just spoils everything. Tough to say, but you can see there's shade here. I guess, how do I explain? This character doesn't fit in with the rest of the show. Like, they kind of clash with the themes of the entire show, and that's why I find it interesting. They don't really belong with the rest of the crew, but they still are there, and they still contribute in a different way. And I think that's why it's interesting. So that's why Mio stays up here. And then we have, who is essentially the lead, we have Rin, who occupies the space that Mio would occupy in the lead story. Rin's pretty good. It's tough. I hadn't really considered it, but because we have literally the favorites, it just means that everyone who's kind of okay or above average. It's so difficult, just because the competition is so high. It feels wrong to have Rin anywhere lower than this. It's definitely higher than Air, so let's do that. I think Air honestly goes down here. I think that's what's throwing me off. Higher than Faye Valentine though? No. So like this. It feels wrong to have these characters so low down, but I think that's the way it is. Okay, and then we have Komari. Komari is more of a one-note character, because in the actual show, Komari is the first one they really tackle, so they don't go in much detail. So I think they're higher than Rin, but probably higher than Toki, probably higher than Saki, probably higher than Kyoko. I think... Are you higher than... Yeah, you're higher than Nayuki. Komari is literally just climbing at this point. I think this is where we stay. I think the Prez is more of a favorite than Komari. And then we have the two idiots This idiot, I'm more of a fan. Because this guy is dumb. But passionate. He's dumb, but he doesn't do anything by 10%, or less than 100%, I should say. He'll punch a wall if you tell him to, but he'll punch his wall as hard as he can and break his hand. They have no chill whatsoever, and that makes them entertaining to watch. Alright chat, I think we're in Clannad territory. It's Clannad territory, for those who don't know. Since I have seen it, and it is still the case, Clannad has been my favorite anime. I've never seen a show that kind of altered my brain the same way Clannad did. And for a lot of people, Clannad is just a sad show. But Clannad kind of, I don't know, kind of changed the way I viewed storytelling. It is one of the biggest inspirations why I went to university to essentially study storytelling in my writing classes. And one of the biggest reasons for that is this character here. For those who don't know, this is Kotomi Ichinose. Let me do this real quick so I can open up the other tab. Kotomi Ichinose. Very important character in my brain. It feels so difficult to try and justify this stuff because I'm like, it's always been the way. It's always been this way. Kotomi's always been number one. If you want to be reductive, genius character, I guess. Genius character who has trouble socializing. Yeah, I don't think I can say more than that without giving away literally everything. But for me, an important caveat I should say is when I ranked these shows, I said that Clannad was a 9 out of 10, but I said After Story is a 10 out of 10. Like, I think Clannad, the show itself, is incredibly good. It's like one of the best opening seasons to a show I've ever seen. After Story literally changed my life. And we're not being hyperbolic at this point. If any anime did, this show changed my life. I've never seen anything like it, and I've never seen anything like it since. It completely changed how I viewed the medium. It is the reason I care about visual novels. It's the reason I care about stories, realistically. And Kotomi's character in After Story is so... I don't know how to explain it, man. Kotomi doesn't get much view time. She isn't in the show as much of some of these other characters. The show's not about her. But every scene that she's in, like, is something I'll never forget, I guess. So this is Kotomi. If we were doing a waifu tier list, this would be number 1. This would be number 1. Waifu. Number 1. Number 1 waifu. Okay. So that Kotomi is top tier. This picture is taken from After Story for that exact reason. And also, I don't know if you can see that, but glasses. There's a lot of characters in here with glasses, apparently. Apparently that's an unconscious thing. But hey, glasses are just so versatile. So then if we work our way down, Nagisa goes to the top of what is essentially A tier. We might as well label them. It's easier to talk about. Nagisa goes in the top of A tier for that, in that case. Kotomi's route is the most interesting to me. And has more of an impact. But I think as someone who, especially if you've only seen the anime, there's a reason Nagisa is like the #1. Incredible character. Difficult for people to get on with at the start of the show, I noticed, as I've got more and more people to watch it. But it's very rare that someone gets to the end of the show and still is apprehensive. In the same vein, Tomoyo is very close behind, potentially higher, because they just kept releasing content for Tomoyo. They released an entire separate visual novel for Tomoyo's after story. Arguably, Tomoyo is the character who makes the most sense with the protagonist. But I say arguably for a reason there, because that is controversial. Yeah, Tomoyo is written to be perfect, I guess. Well, that's not true. Whereas Nagisa is written for her defects, Tomoyo is written for her positives, I guess, is how I see it. There's a lot of negatives that Nagisa has to overcome because it's her hero's journey, if you like. Whereas Tomoyo out of the gate is perfect, and then you start discovering stuff as you go. So it's kind of the flip side. Storytelling from two different angles. See, this is why I like this show. There's a lot to it. In that case, Tomoya, actual protagonist. Yeah. Tomoya probably goes higher than Tomoyo, honestly, for me. Just for me as a guy, I think, honestly. Very rare do I care about the male protagonists in these shows. Not true for this one. Tomoyo literally changed that for me. He's like the only protagonist where I was like, huh, they deserve to be the protagonist. I don't care more about the side characters because the protagonist sucks. I like everyone here, and the protagonist is strong enough to justify all of these side characters being associated with them, I suppose. So that's where I put Tomoya. Sunohara is more of a joke character. Little sidekick guy. Little bit of a meme guy. His transformation as the show goes on, without spoilers, I get it, but it's not a huge thing for me. Not a huge fan. But him in the first season, I think is great. And when you learn about his actual backstory, that definitely puts him high. So for me, he's probably higher than Toradora protagonist. But I like Sunohara more than Carlin. I probably would put Carlin higher. Yeah, okay. And then we have the twins. We have Kyo and Ro Fujibayashi. I personally put Kyo higher than Ryo, just because they put more emphasis on this character than the other one. So there's more to associate with. So Kyo is probably high B, potentially the low A, but high B for now, and then Ryo. Do I like Ryo more than Sunohara? Probably not. It's probably here. More than Toradora. And then we have Fuko. Fuko has probably the least to do in the visual novel and the show. They have a little arc, but they always are just kind of here for comic relief. So in that case, I should probably put them with Sunohara. I would put Ryo higher. And then we have Librarian Girl, who I always forget their name because the show even forgets she exists. You know what's crazy? She's not even on the main screen. She's not even on here. Nagisa's parents are on the front screen, but she isn't. Yukine, that's her name. So yeah, Yukine, probably unsurprisingly, we'll go with the lowest of B. Their story is much more interesting in the visual novel, but in the anime itself, they don't do much with it, honestly. So we finally have someone in top tier, and now A tier is like half full of Clannad characters, so whoops. We have Yuyushiki. She's just kind of here, honestly. The show is good, but the characters themselves are just like, okay. So she probably stays here in D. I don't know if anyone's seen Achikochi. Has anyone seen Achikochi? This was one of the very first anime I watched. Years and years and years ago. 2012. So, around when I made the Twitch account, apparently. So, this show is very okay. Above average, but very okay. It is typical fluffy show. The one thing I do like about this show is like how do I explain? It's so difficult to put thoughts to words. But we have these characters who clearly, it's not a one-sided love, I guess. It's not one of them has a crush and the other one hates them. This guy's just kind of an idiot. He does reciprocate the feelings, but he's just kind of an idiot. And he doesn't know any better. So for that reason, they probably should stick together. I'd be heartbroken to separate them, so... Are they higher than Yukine? Probably not. High C? Top of C. We have a character from... Hinako Note, I want to say? I don't remember who this character is. What is your name? Mayuki. So I know who they are. I just don't know their name. Mayuki is typical, look at their character design, you know everything about them kind of character. There's not much to them, but they fill the role very well. Here's their description. This is everything about the show. This is them. Very run-of-the-mill. Compared to everything else, they kind of have to go here. I do have you. You are also from this show. What is your name? Kuina, I want to say. Kuina. So this person is also from the show. More interestingly though, something you guys have to see. If you guys haven't seen this show, it's alright, but if you're gonna see anything, here's the most important part. This is the most important thing. Here it is. This character likes to eat books. And I mean actually eat books. In your first introduction to this character, she's eating a book. She works for a library. This video is literally called Hinako Note Book Eating Girl. She works in a library and a bookstore. Well, not a library, it's a bookstore. And she eats the books. So at least she has something interesting to do with her character. There's something about her. It's strange, but there's something. So she probably goes around here with Super Cub. Higher than Super Cub, lower than Super Cub. But there should be a character in Mahjong Souls anime who just eats the tiles. That's how I feel when I play. Isn't there a meme for that where it's like, Ron, how do you only have 12 tiles? Me having eaten it. Or is that cards? There's something like that where it's like, oh god, I can't remember how the tweet is formatted. But it just ends with me eating the coins or something like that. Brain Goldberg. Yuki would eat the tiles. If Yuki went long enough without tacos, she'd start imagining the dragons as like fillet steak, and she'd start eating the dragon tiles. Imagine if Saki had like Food Wars style Ron animations where they're surrounded by the food and they're just like, holy shit, Ron. We have the guy from Blue Exorcist here. He's probably my favorite part about Blue Exorcist. I forget his name, but I like him a lot more than the the shithead protagonist. But he's probably high up here. How are you how are you not like very into Kimono Friends? Do I need to Google what this is? So you're saying that I would be into this show? Oh, I haven't seen this show, but I've seen this. What is this? I would love Kimono Friends. Japari Park. Oh, because it's in Groove Coaster, I think. The theme song to this anime is in Groove Coaster. They live in all corners of the natural environment park. Is there only one season? Oh no, there's sequels. Okay. In the savannah. It has a new gacha. God damn it. It has a gacha game, huh? It's Angry Birds JRPG. What the fuck? Is this the show? Wasn't there a penguin, like in real life, that had a girlfriend? Isn't the like anime girlfriend from this show? This one. Is this her? This is, yeah, here we go. Penguin and his waifu. Oh, wait a minute. I own patches of these characters. That's what this show's from? That's what, wait, that's what show this is from? The Wood Patches guy had a sale and these were like $2. So I got a bunch of these. They're all like different colors. I own Kimono. I guess you must have known. You know me well. I own merch for this show and I've never seen it. So I guess you were right. This one, animation of the year? What? Really? Cryptid Preservation Society? For this show? What? How scary is this show? What? Surely not. Okay, comedy fantasy. Was made on like a shoestring budget? Really? What studio is this? So this was their one, or their first hit. I want to do it by year. Why is year not a... Oh, newest, I guess. There we go. I'm done. So what is this? Because this also did well. Second season of this show. Extracurricular activities of students. 11 minutes per episode. I see. So yeah, they really hadn't done much. It was clear that they were developing this CG animation technology. When did this come out? 27. Oh, okay. It doesn't look bad for 2017. It's Mume. Look, it's Mume. She's here. I didn't know this show had VTubers in it. That's crazy. Yeah, that's me with everything. I'm like, oh yeah, that came out 2 years ago. I find out it's 10. Still good. I think it looks alright. I've watched some shit shows. some very good shows with weird art styles, I should say. I'd be down. What is this? Because this also has a high rating. Strange powers. Reservoirs of water. Oh, so it's like a... It's a apocalypse show. With Rin, Ritsu, Rina, Ryoko, Riku, Riri, and Ryo. I wonder what the theme is here. I see. Do they not have scores anymore? There's no numbers on the reviews anymore. I guess they got rid of the numbers. Fair enough. I will have to try this show out then. I'll have to give it a go. Oh, hey, it's Kotomi. Kimono Friends. It'll be on the list in 2 years' time. We'll have our Kimono Friends favorites on here. You guys like Chunibyo? You guys like Chuni characters? I do, and that's why Rika stays in A tier. Rika is incredible to me. Rika is the reason I like Chunibyos as much as I do. Rika walked so Megumin could run. Chunibyo's good. I don't think there's many Chunis in this list, but I like Chunis. I think Chunis are good. Chunis make for interesting characters. Can't play the gachas, the rates are so good you haven't spent money. That's tempting. It's actually tempting. I'm very in between games right now. I don't know what it is. Apologies. Well, it's because I'm very fucking busy. It's what it is. But there's no one game that's like capturing a lot of my attention. I guess Galgun. I've sunk like 8 hours into Galgun recently, but that's about it. I'm at the point in Galgun now where I'm basically replaying all the content I've already played though, so I'm like, eh. What else? The protagonist of Chunibyo, Yuta, he kind of exists for Rika to play off of for a lot of it, especially in that first season. So he is probably higher than you but lower than Komari. And then we have Dekomori. Dekomori is more one note than Yuta or Rika, but Dekomori good. Inferno Cop is pretty good. He, in comparison to everything else, Inferno Cop probably goes here. Any Space Dandies in chat? Space Dandy to me is like comedy Spike. If Spike was in a different genre of show, he'd be Space Dandy, so... And that's not a bad thing. Space Dandy probably goes like here. Below Suzaku. I think Suzaku's better than the Toradora protagonist. I think the Toradora protagonist should be the bottom of B tier. Let's just push him all the way down. We have Bokuben. We Never Learn. This character's very good. She wants to do one thing, but she's smart at something else. The whole point of this show is you have characters who are very good at one thing, but they don't want to do that, so they have to have a tutor who teaches them about the other thing. So we have this character here. And you probably go high B. Sakamoto. Sakamoto is funny, but he kind of just is here. He's probably at the high of C. I'm going through this quicker now because my brain is going brr. And I realized we're like halfway through and we're an hour in. So Sagiri is honestly just kind of fine. compared to everyone else in here. Eromanga Sensei, good show, but Sagiri is a character. They exist for the plot to move and do the funnies. It's... Sans is one enemy. The man who won the Tumblr favorite man competition. Can't remember what the fuck they called it. But here he is. Mob Psycho Man. I actually don't care much for him. I think he's alright. But he was funny. And that was about it. If anyone watched Welcome to the Ballroom, I think I'm the only fucker alive who watched Welcome to the Ballroom. This guy's very cool. I like this guy a lot. A lot. He is a no bullshit kind of guy. He fucking hates your guts. He hates the protagonist because the protagonist is a moron. I hate the protagonist of this show. This guy is cooler and I'd rather see his story. So he is probably higher than Space Dandy, probably higher than Suzaku. I don't think he's higher than Clanad characters. Feels wrong to have a Clanad character all the way down here. And then we have... forgot her name. Fuck. This is one of the side characters in Welcome to the Ballroom. And there are like 3 episodes focused on this character that are very good. And then they kind of disappear again. Hey, Rewi. Hello, hello. Thank you. Thank you for the happy 12 years. It's kind of nuts. I definitely haven't been streaming for 12 years. But apparently I made this account 12 years ago today. Almost certainly so that I could watch a stream. I was probably watching one of OT's streams, realistically. Oh, half of your life? Imagine. Imagine, that's scary. That's kind of crazy. I mean, it's not far off for me. I mean, yeah. It's basically half of my life. It's basically half of my life, give or take. I've been on this hell site, but I'm still here. Still here. If you have anything you would like to disagree with, let me know. And I'll justify my points. I'll justify my positions. Everyone's mad that Boach isn't in top tier, but... and I'm thinking there's only 1 or 2 or 3 in top tier, but everyone's mad that Bochi is down here. But Bochi's pretty high. I realized that I watch a lot of weird shit, so... a lot of these characters are filler characters for a lot of people. Like, has anyone seen Love and Lies? Koito Uso? Koito Uso, anyone? I actually really like this character. Like, more than a lot of these characters. This is the best character in a very average show. Let me pull the thing up. You haven't watched Bochi yet? Bochi's really good. Bochi's really good. Bochi is a very good character and a good show. Go watch the show. So here's Koito Uso. The show itself is very okay. Like, it's just okay. I agree with this score. But... Virina is incredible. Incredible. Incredible character writing. Like, really, really good character writing. And I chose the one with glasses, because of course I did. But come on, man. You have 3 Bochi patches already and you will not stop buying them. I saw... what was it? There was a little keychain that was literally just 2 cubes. It was just like a blue cube and a yellow cube. And I was like, do I get that? do I spend money on 2 cubes? Just because it's Bochi cubes? I didn't in the end, but I think I probably should. But yeah, everyone should at least watch the first 3 episodes of this show. The show's not that great, but... like, it's another one where the protagonist sucks. I hate the protagonist in this show. He makes all the wrong choices. And Irinina is very good. Best Bochi patch? I will have a look. Let me click. Wait, that's a really good patch. Wait, I need to show this on stream for anyone who hasn't or is unable to click the link. Oh, I can't because it's, what's the word? It's an incognito tab. Fuck. But hey, it's very good. Everyone click the link. That's a very good patch. I kind of want it. Let me see. Serial excrement. Wait. I think Soul Eater is the only one on this list I've seen. I really like Soul Eater. I forgot to put them on here. I just realized. I forgot to put Soul Eater on the list. Death the Kid, I think, is dumb as fuck in a good way. Oh, I just looked up Keep Your Hands Off Isoken. I have seen people talk about this show, but I've not actually seen the show. What do I use patches on? I bought a roll of Velcro strip. Like, one side is glued and one side is Velcro. And then I glue that to the desk, because I have shelves on my desk. So I have like a line of patches on my desk. So if you can hear the Velcro. Hopefully that wasn't really loud. But I just pulled off a NecoArc face. I have a patch of NecoArc's face. So I have all those patches. It's good for when I use my rhythm game controllers. Because one of them is a record, like a big circle. So any circle patches I can put on top of the rhythm game controller. And it's personalized. A pound of cloth you put it on. Hell yeah, that's gonna be so cool. I also have like a whiteboard that I never actually use for anything, so I've started putting the Velcro on there as well, and just putting patches on there, on the whiteboard. But yeah, I wish I had like a jacket or something I could put them on. If anyone has not seen Aho Girl, literally translated as Idiot Girl or Moron Girl, this character canonically has 10 IQ points in total. 10 IQ. She's an idiot, and that's why she's the best character ever made. She's the best. She's dumb, but got a heart of gold. That's not even strictly true. She's very manipulative. Because she likes the male protagonist and he can't fucking stand her. They're like childhood friends. And he's like, I hate this fucking girl. She keeps ruining my high school years. But she's just too stupid to care. And she's always happy. She's always got this dumb grin on her face. So, Aho Girl, very good show. Very good character. On the other hand, we have Watamote. What's her name? Tomoki? Tomoko? I hate this character. There are shows that do the loner, loser, whatever trope well. And then there's Watamote. I've never read the manga, and I'm told that... Because I know people who like this show a lot. I'm told the manga does better service. Right? Alright, here's the... when we started the stream, we didn't have labels because I wanted to avoid that exactly. This is not really a D tier because literally all of these are favorites. It's just I don't think I like him as much as these other characters. So I'm like, I really liked... I thought he was okay. He was interesting to me. But... do I like him more than Faye Valentine? Do I like him more than the protagonist Air? Yeah, probably actually. We'll swap these over. But there you go. I saved one place for you. But yeah, I don't dislike any of these characters. I like all of these. These are all favorites for a reason. Yeah, by the end of the show he'll be in top tier. But yeah, this character, I like the show. I like the opening. There are episodes of the show that I like, but they go at the bottom of this list. And then we have Akari. Akari is the protagonist of Yuri Yuri, and the running gag is that she has no presence. This is a show that has like 10 characters in its roster. This is the self-proclaimed protagonist, and she is the most plain character in the show, to the point where there are literal scenes where the animators just draw her outline instead of actually drawing the character, because she doesn't have any presence in the show. So she is a punching bag for the entire show. But in a comedy, that makes the character very entertaining. And I feel bad for this character a lot. So for me, they're probably middle of A tier. They're probably here. Have I seen Kill Me Baby? Not in a long time. It's another one I missed out on in this list. I've probably seen the opening to Kill Me Baby more than the screen time of watching the actual episodes. Exactly. Yeah, okay. Very similar, very similar. Literally every episode opens with Akari and she's talking to the camera. She's introducing the show. But it's always a different way for either another character to upstage her, or for like the crew to forget she's there, or like they scheduled for the wrong day and they didn't tell her because they forgot, even though she's meant to be the protagonist. It's a lot of that. Yeah, there's scenes where they're just like, oh yeah, she's sick today, and then she's like, no, I'm not. Like they just forget. So yeah, that's a really good comedy. And then on the other aspect, we have a protagonist that definitely does not shy from the limelight. We have Victor. Victor Nikiforov. Yuri on Ice is a really good show, and Yuri on Ice changed the way my synapses in my brain work. So for that, yeah, I'd probably say they go pretty high on the list. Yuri posed a lot of questions to my brain. Victor. I suppose Yuri as well, but that's besides the point. Yuri on Ice is a good show. I should have worn my badge for this stream, one sec. Just realized. Probably important context for anyone who doesn't understand. Oh bruh, why are you gonna do this to me now, VTube Studio? Just wanted the badge not to be fucking huge. Alright, there we go. Yuri on Ice is a really good show. I love sports anime. That's why it's the only sports anime on here. But yeah, Victor's a good character. We love Victor. And then we have Moeko. This is another character whose their entire gimmick is that they are plain. They are presented as the most boring of their friend group. And I like that. I feel bad for this character. I wanna tell this character that everything's okay. They have a episode where they all bring something to school that's meant to be like a sentimental thing and like something that can keep their attention for a long time. You have these extended drawn out sequences. Bear in mind the episodes are only 10 minutes long, so there's not much you can do with each episode. She just brings a pack of playing cards because she doesn't have anything. She doesn't have anything that is important that she can think of. So she just brings a pack of playing cards because she's like, well, at least we can play playing cards. And all of her friends are like, that's lame. And then they just move to the next scene. So she's a bit of a mean character, so she's probably not very high on the list. But I feel bad for this character, so they go here. What is the name of that show? Wakaba Girl? I think Wakaba Girl is the name of this show. Space Patrol Luluko. Luluko is really high. Luluko goes up here. If anyone in here knows me, you'll know that I love Studio Trigger. They are my favorite anime studio behind Kyoto Animation. I think their stylized work, some of it's more interesting than KyoAni, but Studio Trigger has some incredible work. And Space Patrol Luluco is a show celebrating Studio Trigger's history. So it makes sense that I love it as much as I do. Luluco, the protagonist here, I love that her hair is literally a comet. She has a star hairpin and her hair is a comet, because that is indicative of her character. There's literally a character called Nova that she spends a lot of time with, and it's a comet and a supernova. Very good show. And then we have TQ. TQ is if every anime was on Adderall, it would be like TQ. TQ's episodes are only like 2 minutes long, so they take a 5-minute episode and speed it up to fit into 2 minutes. So every scene is ridiculously fast, and all of the vocals are sped up. There's no breath in between any of the words. It's a show about tennis, and they only play tennis in like 3 episodes. And this show has like 130 episodes, so this character is on the school newspaper, that's why they have a camera. And they are the most grounded, I suppose not even the most grounded. There's an in-universe alien that they go and hang out with sometimes. And they have mahjong episodes of this show. The show goes all over the place. But at least you have a school newspaper character to keep things relatively... Well, it's because she finds the most boring things interesting, and I think I relate to that. So, I don't think she's higher than some of these Clannad characters though, so she's probably low B. Has anyone in here seen High School Girl? This show's good. This show broke my heart. But we have this character who I can't remember their name, but they fight for their right to go out with a guy by beating them in Street Fighter 2 and Darkstalkers 2. And for that reason alone, they deserve to be an A. Or B, rather. The whole show is... That's a good one to show in, actually. High School Girl. High School Girl's a really good show. I was dubious at first because the art style was a bit rough around the edges, I guess. It's like a 3D CG show. But... I'm trying to see where I can get screenshots on this fucking website. Pictures... There we go. So you can, it's like 3D CG kind of. This is the protagonist. He literally only cares about fighting games. It's all he cares about. And he has these two characters who kind of like him in different ways. And they both, this one is also really into fighting games. He treats her like a sensei, and then this character likes this guy. So she starts playing fighting games so that she can relate to him. He plays Guile in Street Fighter because she hates the fact that he plays defensively. He just Guile turtles for every match when he has to. He plays like a coward. And she's like, you have no honor. She plays Zangief. But yeah. Koharu, that's her name. Hidaka. So this is the character who... Yeah, here we go. After she's introduced to the video game world, she begins to get into video games. It was initially because she was into the boy, but later on they actually just start to love video games. So it's like... They were like, I have to play fighting games to get closer to him. And then she's like, wait a minute, this is cool. And it all kind of spirals out of control. It's a really good show. It has multiple seasons. It's very good. But because it was officially licensed and approved and stuff by Capcom or whatever... Is it Capcom that does Street Fighter? Yeah, Capcom. It means you actually have Guile. It's not like... They don't go to Google to do search results. Everything is the actual games. So it's really cool. Really good show. That being said, compared to a lot of these characters, exactly, they don't have to open up Google Dome and then realize they can't find it, so they don't go to wing.com. So who do we have? We have 3 characters from another show that I think is really good, but I worry no one has seen. This show taught me what the word listless means. Instead of Yahoo, they go to Yippee. Please find me at yippieemails.com. This show is really good. Tanaka-kun is always listless. This show is the most chill thing I've ever seen in my life. Let me get the opening up. The opening to the show is incredible. I already have set it so that the VOD for this one won't get saved, because we're going to be listening to some Vocaloid music after this. So I think we can listen to the opening and it should be fine. Yeah, Tanaka-kun's a really good show. It's essentially just him being him. He doesn't have a care in the world. All he wants to do is sleep and put in as little effort as possible in all aspects of life. But he has one character who kind of has a crush on him. That's this one. And then there's another character who sees him as a sensei, because they always have energy and they're like, how are you so lazy? Please teach me your ways. Teach me how to be lazy. Teach me how to sleep in class. So Tanaka-kun himself, I think all 3 of these characters are on the same level, honestly. None of these can exist without one of the others, I think is the main point. So we have the love interest. So they can't exist without Tanaka. And then Miyano here, who's the short one, is trying to be a matchmaker for these 2. So you can't have either of these characters without one of the others. So I think these 3 should exist together. We have a lot in B tier, but I think that's just the way it is. Tiki should probably go into B tier compared to everything else in here. Toradora, protagonist, sorry, but you go down. Okay. Character from Food Wars, I don't remember her name. I don't remember a lot of Food Wars, just in general. But I remember this character being my favorite. Probably just because of aesthetic reasons. I don't remember anything about like any of the characters in this show. Like at all. I just remember I liked this character when I watched it. So for that reason they probably go here, around Inferno Cop. Probably higher than Yuushiki, because I know about Yuushiki and I'm like, they're pretty boring. So that's probably where they stand. Attack on Titan. I should preface this by saying I have only seen Season 1 of Attack on Titan. Mainly because I tried to watch Attack on Titan Season 2 and I just couldn't finish it because I was so uninterested by the mystery. Most of the characters were boring to me. Like I think Attack on Titan is one of the shows where people say like, oh, you have to get to this point and then you'll start caring. But I'm like, or I could watch a show where I care immediately. So I never really gave the show a chance, really. But what I did see, Mad Scientist character, I was a fan of Mad Scientist character. I thought Armin was cool, but a loser. And I get that's the point of Armin. But he was probably my next favorite if I had to choose another one. I hated Eren. I thought Levi was cool but annoying. Mikasa was cool but annoying. I think that was a lot of it to me. The characters that I was meant to find cool and interesting, I found annoying. I think that was the problem. 3 and 4 are definitely better than 1 and 2, but you can understand. Yeah, I just couldn't. Like, Holly has seen all of it, as far as I'm aware. She loves that show. She has seen... But I think she cared a lot more about the characters than I ever did. I think that's the big difference. So, whereas she finished Season 1 and wanted to start Season 2, I finished Season 1 and then I was like, I took a break and then I went to try season 2 and I was like, oh, I just don't care. It's like, the Titans are talking now, like I just don't care about what's happening. So that's my opinion on Attack on Titan. My uninformed opinion, because I didn't really give it a shot. I think the abridged video on YouTube, Attack on Titan Season 1 abridged, the meme video, I enjoyed that more than Season 1, which is a shame. I should probably find that video in case you have no idea what I'm talking about. Attack on Titan abridged. This is probably aged like milk, actually, thinking about it. This video is like 12 years old or something at this point. This probably sucks, but it's a 20-minute video, so I'm not going to play the whole thing. But if I copy this over... So if I... No, fuck you. I didn't want to click that. But this was an abridged thing where people dubbed over it with stupid memes. And when I was 10 years old, I thought this was the funniest shit.
Because hers were murdered right in front of her. I guess now I can understand why she's so messed up in the head.
The military sounds great.
This is very much epic XD random humor.
Alright, you poop nobblers! Now I don't want no screwing around with you batch of meat tossers!
So, this exists in my brain more than anything that I remember from actual Season 1. So that's probably demonstrates where I'm at with that show better than anything else. But yeah, that show... When did that show come out? Because that was huge when I was in high school. Like when I just started high school. Because I wasn't really in a friend group that watched anime. But I was in an IT, like, group. And everyone loved the show in my IT class. Like a computer lab. 2013. Yeah, so I would have been, what, 14, 15? Something like that. So yeah, start of high school. Which I guess is technically middle school. I don't fucking know. High schools and middle schools are weird where I am. But yeah. It was a very big show. I gave it a chance. It's not for me. It didn't have all the cute characters like in this, so... speaking of which... we have a character from Oraimo here. If anyone doesn't know what Oraimo is, I'm sorry to be the one to teach you about Oraimo. This is a show. This is the synonym for the show. It is interesting. It has its lovers and its haters. I sit somewhere in the middle. There's a lot about this show that I don't like. But, okay, so you've never seen this show. How do I explain this show? The most important thing for this show, you'll notice these two are the same. You'll notice all of these characters are not the same. So, there are multiple routes, if you like. And the character that I'm talking about is Manami Tamura, who is the childhood friend of the protagonist. And everyone calls her a grandma because she's old-fashioned and she's not as hip and cool as the other characters. She's studious, she likes to do well in school, she likes to eat her veggies, you know what I mean? She's one of those. And I like that character. She's just... how do I... She's like the only normal person in this entire show. Is probably the best way to put it. She's like the only character in here who somewhat acts like a normal person. And I think that's a really important character, especially for a show like this. And it's very much one-sided. Kyosuke does not see her in that way at all. And it's a bit of a sad meme, because instead... But hey, that's a conversation for another day. So I really like the character. The show... hit and miss. But the character themselves, I think, is definitely my favorite from the show. Definitely one of my favorites. And then we have a show that's literally on the opposite end, because it is the most sweet show. If you haven't seen this one, this show is the most romance show to have ever romanced. So here are our two leads. You have this guy who's like a big thunderhead. But yeah, there you go, size difference. He's a big idiot. He is the sweetest guy in the world. He's literally too nice to be, how do I explain? He's just the best. He literally has not a bad bone in his body. But he's a 16-year-old who's built like a brick shithouse. So everyone's terrified of him and everyone makes fun of him behind his back. Everyone's like, this guy fucking sucks. Look at this guy, he's a loser. But this one doesn't. This one really actually likes him for him. And he can't believe his fucking luck. And it's just the two of them actually liking each other for the whole show. It doesn't... There's 24 episodes. It doesn't spend 23 episodes of them pining for each other and being awkward. They get together in episode 1. At the end of episode 1, they get together, and the rest of the show is just them actually being happy together. It's such a nice change of pace, compared to so many other anime, where it's a will they won't they, and you spend the whole show waiting for them to actually do anything, and be friends, and actually be in a relationship. But this show actually explores them together. But yeah, it's a very good show. Very good show. So I actually haven't put protagonist Goda. Yeah, Takeo. I actually haven't put him on the list because he is as basic as it gets. Deliberately so. He is literally perfect. The whole point is that he's a bit stupid, but that's about it. He's never mean, he's never anything, because he's just a bit of an idiot. Whereas Girl clearly has some issues, like confidence issues. So she gets to overcome those, and that's interesting. And then you have their best friend, who's in the background here. Best friend character actually has depth that I won't spoil, but for that reason, he goes very, very high on the list. Probably, definitely higher than Welcome to the Ballroom, but probably not higher than Climax, so probably here. And then we have two non-Nambiri characters. Non-Nambiri characters. Another chill, quiet show. I think Renge is a very good character. Very entertaining character. She probably goes here. And then Komari probably goes here. A tier list between the two of them. Nichijou, I only chose one Nichijou character. I chose Mio, because Mio has the aspect to her character where she wants to become an artist. And she experiments with her art by drawing yaoi, and that's a very interesting plot development. So Mio probably goes high up here. Probably splits up C2 and Colin. Mio's very cool. And there are many... Well, there's one scene in particular I'm thinking of where a police officer asks for her bag, and she doesn't want to give him her bag because it's full of Yuri comics, or yaoi comics rather, that she's drawn. I liked it. I love that show. That I also own... I'm not really a manga guy, but I own a shitload of the Nichijou manga just because it's such a good gag series. It's perfect. It's such a good show. That's one that I would really recommend finishing because it never slows down. Like, the last episode is just as insane as the first. That show really doesn't slow down, ever. Nichijou's a great show. Another great show, new game. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I chose 6 characters from this show because I couldn't decide. And I guess we're going to decide now. My favorite character probably is Hifumi. If you don't know, New Game is an anime about game development. Protagonist Alba Suzukaze has just graduated school, high school, university, whatever. And they join as the new employee at a game development studio. These are the other employees at said game development studio. And it's about her trying to find her place and fit in with the team. There's multiple seasons so that she gets like a promotion in one of them, and it's her dealing with that. Very, very good show, not just a cute show. Actually a very good show. But for fave characters, Hifumi is A tier for me. Hifumi is a artist who hates talking to people. She gets embarrassed. She is very good texting and on Messenger, but she is very bad at talking in person. She hates men. So that means she's cool. I think her and Bochi are very similar, actually. I think I care about Hifumi more. I don't think I care about her as much as Mio. Mio goes above Tiger, though. Mio should be much higher than this, I've realized. Mio should be up here. Probably higher than Rika. I'll tweak everything anyway. Alba is a close second for Hifumi, so Alba's probably at the bottom of this. And this is where it gets complicated. Hajime is probably the lowest of the group. Hajime should be probably here. Yun would be a bit higher than Hajime. Nene is kind of funny. Hers is really interesting, actually. I really like her character development. Oh, she's gotta be at the top of here somewhere. Higher than Ore Monogatari, I think. And then Yagami Ko. Alba's boss, basically, so mentor figure. Probably not as interesting as Nene, honestly. Better than Kumari? I don't think so. Better than you. Yeah, here. Okay. We're actually getting close to the end, chat. 2 hours. I did not think we would spend 2 hours on one tier list. I made multiple tier lists for this reason, so we'll see what we get through today. There's a lot here. I don't remember what this character's name even is, but they're from Musaigen or Phantom World. Another KyoAni show, but it's probably one of their not as good, so they should probably be low. Yeah. Masumune's Revenge. This character is a bitch, but deliberately so, and we love that about her, so she goes up here. She's a terrible person, but that's okay. And then we have Lucky Star characters. Where's Kanata? There you are. We have 3 Lucky Star characters. My personal favorite, Kagami, goes up here. Lucky Star was the first anime I'd ever seen, apart from like Pokemon and stuff growing up, but Lucky Star was my first real anime. And Kagami was the first tsundere that I ever had the pleasure of watching, and changed the way I view tsunderes for the rest of my life. So she deserves to be up here for that reason. Yeah, I think there's a good spot. Konata is around the same kind of area. And then I actually really like Misao. Probably higher than Konata. You should probably go down like here. Nico Yazawa, Nico Ni. I really liked Love Live. I have only seen the first season. I never watched any of the spin-offs. I played the mobile game for a long time. Big Nico fan, so you probably go up here. Susi Manbavaran from Little Witch Academia. It's honestly, Susi's okay. I like the show a lot more than any of the individual characters. Holy shit, chat, we're in Konosuba territory. Are we ready? Are we ready for Konosuba territory? Suzaku only on green tier. Only? That's like... it's like one of the highest tiers there is. And he's very high, isn't he? Where is he? He's like middle of this. If we're saying A, B, C, D, he's top tier? Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know if he's higher than Lelouch. I don't know if I'd put him higher than Lelouch. I don't know about that. Lelouch deserves to be up here and Suzaku deserves to be here. Hey man, I like Lelouch. Lelouch is cool. He is a bastard monster man. And we like that. We like Lelouch. He's pretty cool. Unique. Thank you. That's probably the nicest thing ever. That's probably the best compliment I've ever received in this regard. I was gonna say, Jackroll, in terms of like people I've talked to in terms of Code Geass, I think this is pretty high. I know some people who really hate Suzaku. I like him. I think he's kind of basic, but I think he's alright. He's a knight. And I think that's cool. But I do think Lelouch is more interesting.
Damn good coffee.
Lelouch's brother? Who the fuck is Lelouch's brother? Another Lamfrouge, you mean? Some people really like the I will change the system from within, but I think they're all psychos. Bruh. Rolo? Oh, look who it is. Amazing. Rolo. Does he not show up in season 1? As soon as I see him, I'll be like, oh yeah. Second season. Oh! I completely forgot about this fucking guy. Yeah, this guy's kind of lame. Sorry. I guess it's telling because I forgot about him. I don't know. I think we have very different things when we look at characters, I guess. Literally everyone forgot this guy exists. Alright, it's not just me, see? Literally everyone forgot this guy exists. You're leaving, but we haven't even got to League of Legends yet. How can you leave now? Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't remember this guy. I remember from season 2. I suppose Nanoli should have gone on the list. Because I think Nanoli is a good character. That's fair. Wow, imagine. Orange. Yeah, Orange should have gone on here. I just don't know the name. I recognize like all of the designs. Like, I recognize all the designs, but I just don't know the names of, like, any of these characters. Like, isn't this the nurse of Nanoli? I did not know their name was Sayoko Shinozaki. Like, anyone who's actually able to remember these, that's commendable. I remember this fucking guy. Yeah, what a show. I never realized they're all different. Like, I get that that's based on their status. But I've only just realized. Because Charles Z. Britannia is top dog. But hey. We're in Konosuba territory now, so let's do the unthinkable. So for me, Megumin goes top tier. Megumin has earned their place in top tier. Literally every piece of Konosuba media that comes out reinforces the belief and the understanding that Megumin is top tier. Literally everything I have experienced proves that Megumin deserves to be in top tier. For me, Union should be a close second, but they should go here. And then for me, Aqua. I am an Aqua supporter. I will fight the Aqua hate forces. But I suppose Aqua is in the same realm as Aho Girl. These are the same character with different hair. Should not be in the list at all. How dare you? It's a favorite characters list, and they're my favorite character. It's the entire purpose. And then we have Darkness. Honestly, out of the Konosuba squad, if someone had to be last, it would be Darkness, but that feels wrong to say. Because it's so difficult to justify that. Vibe checking the tier list. Who's the one character? In the first screen, Nagisa from Clannad. Third row, Kyo. Second green, third row. I'm so confused. Third row, Hisa. Third person, Ayu. I'm so confused. You've described like 5 characters now. Third row, third person, Yuta. Yuta from Chunibyo? Is that who we're talking about? Third row, third person. Yeah? Who is that? You've never seen Chunibyo. Excuse me, you've never seen Chunibyo. For context, this is the second main character of Chunibyo, and they are all the way up here. Chunibyo is one of my favorite shows of all time. Chunibyo changed the way I see certain characters. Chuni. Never watched. This show's amazing. And there's like a million different sequels and adaptations that are purely optional. You don't have to watch them, but they're all really good. But yeah, Chuni. Chuni character's good. If a character wears an eye patch and they think that they can control demons even though they can't, I'll be a big fan. Not a big slice of life fan. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense based on the status of these discussions. Like, all of these are slice of life characters. Slice of life is like all I fucking watch. Speaking of which, hey look, it's Dragon Maid. I have 3 characters from Dragon Maid in here. We have Toru. Toru goes in A. Very high A. Toru good. Kobayashi goes in very high A. There's no way I could have chose between these two, is the problem. I could never split these two up, and I could never just choose one for the list, so they both have to go in this tier list, in this row. And then we have Fafnir. Fafnir is pretty good too. He belongs in the equivalent of B. Fafnir is a literal dragon, and he likes collecting gold, and he has a treasure hoard. So when he discovers MMOs and video games, he gets addicted and he wants to create virtual hoards of gold. And he's very good at it because he never has to sleep. He's very cool, and I like Fafnir a lot. Toru's your waifu? I love Toru. I really like the show. I think Dragon Maid is one of the most, like... I don't know how to even explain the show. You know when people say... People criticize slice of life shows by saying nothing happens, right? I think Dragon Maid is one of the shows where nothing happens, but it is the most entertaining way of doing a show where nothing happens. If that makes sense. I think that's what I'm trying to get across. In a lot of these shows, nothing happens. In Lucky Star, nothing happens. In Nichijou, technically nothing happens. You know what I mean? Tanaka-kun, nothing happens. But Dragon Maid, nothing happens. Every episode is like... And now we have to go shopping, and now we have to do this. But it's the most entertaining way of showing that nothing happens. I love Kobayashi. I'm the same age as Kobayashi, chat. How crazy is that? Why even watch? I just described. I just explained. Because it's the most entertaining way of showing that. It's still an entertaining show. I get very bored with shows that are... how do I explain? Where there's a linear, like, end point. If there's something the characters are working towards, and it's very clear what they're working towards, I get pretty bored. I don't know if that makes sense, actually. One sec, let me rethink that statement. I would rather spend... I care more about characters than plot, I think is what I'm trying to say. If the characters are entertaining, I don't care if nothing happens. Does that make sense? So even if there's a show where a lot of things happen thematically and there's a lot of plot points that are really interesting and there's a lot of stuff going on, if I don't care about the characters, who gives a shit? And I think it's just that point extrapolated to the extreme where I can watch these characters do anything. A lot of these characters in these top tiers, I could watch these characters do anything. Because I like the characters and I find them entertaining. So it doesn't matter what they're doing. They could go to Chuck E. Cheese and hang out at Chuck E. Cheese for 20 minutes. And I'd find the episode entertaining. You know what I mean? I think that's how my brain works. I just want to see the characters. I want to see what they get up to. Spy X Family. I haven't seen that show, but I've been told that that's a show I would like. I haven't seen that show yet, though. But I've been told that I would enjoy that show. Because, yeah, it's the same kind of thing where, as far as I'm aware, it's just them trying to not be caught by something. They're, like, they're spies and they don't want to be discovered. So it's just them going about their daily lives. I see. Yeah, so I think that's where we differ. I think that's where it's different. I'm trying to think of examples of shows where, because they had like just a strict narrative and they didn't let the characters breathe. I know one example, but people are going to really hate me if I say that, so I'm not going to say that. Like, I've got to think of a non-controversial answer. It's a show where the characters don't get to, like, say. I hate My Hero Academia for that reason. I hate that show for a lot of reasons. Well, that's one of them. But I know that a lot of people love that show. But I hate that. I really hate that show. Like, that will take me a long time to explain why I hate that show. I watched that show as it aired. I watched the first season. And I was like, yeah, I'm done with this. This is not for me. I was like, this is not the show for me. This is made for a different audience. Yeah, exactly that. And the characters I did like, I was like, they're not going to take these characters anywhere. Do we have an example that we could lead into with that? I suppose this guy. So this is the shithead from Kisniver. Kisniver has a bit of a plot. Kisniver is an action show. Psychological show. 6 random strangers get tied by like a thread of fate, symbolically. So if one of them feels pain, all 6 of them feel pain. And it's these 6 strangers that have to like figure out the mystery and figure out like what's going on. And they realize that there's a lot going on. And all of them are very different. They're from very different backgrounds. So it's them dealing with the fact that they all have to fucking work together and they all hate each other. And this guy's my favorite character from that show because this guy is vain. He's horrible. He's mean-spirited. He thinks he's better than everyone else. And it's so satisfying when he loses. Because he loses his shit. He flips out. He gets angry. He's a monster. And I love him for that. I think he's very entertaining. There's one character in this show who literally will deliberately get into trouble if he wants to piss this guy off. Because, again, if one of them feels pain, all of them feels pain. So this guy will, like, jump in front of cars and shit, just so that the other guy will feel pain. Because this guy's such an asshole. And we love that. So he's probably up here with Fafnir. Because they're both kind of spiteful assholes that are still lovable. This character's controversial. For anyone who's seen Kami no Mi, people don't like this character because she's terrible. She's textbook tsundere. Like literal textbook. She's from a rich family. The rich family are now poor, but she refuses to acknowledge that she's now poor. So she makes terrible financial decisions to keep up appearances. And she thinks that you are scum. And you've got to try and convince her that you're not. And that sometimes being rich isn't all that it's cracked up to be. So they go here. Sounds like... When I say terrible financial decisions, there is one episode where we are introduced to the character pretty much. The cafeteria has a special on sandwiches. Meat sandwiches. And everyone's really excited. Everyone's like, holy shit, look at all these sandwiches. They look amazing. She pushes to the front of the line because she's better than everyone else. And she says, I'll buy all of them, please. And she buys all of the sandwiches so that no one else can have any. Because she's a bitch. And she thinks she's better than everyone else. And she thinks that no one else deserves them. But then that means that for the rest of the show, whenever you see her at home in a shitty little apartment, she's eating like week-old sandwiches because she doesn't have any money for food anymore because she had to prove to everyone else that she was better than everyone else. So whenever you go and cut to a scene where she's in her apartment, there's a huge mountain of sandwiches and she's like, these sandwiches went off like 2 days after I bought them, this is miserable. But then when the protagonist shows up, she's like, oh, everything's fine. How are you, scumbag? So yeah, she's great. She's terrible, but she's great. It's legit you. Bruh. Good character. Mio. And from one Mio to another Mio. We have the Konosuba cast here. Konosuba? We have the K-On cast here. I was thinking of Darkness because I scrolled up. We have the K-On cast. If you've never seen K-On, this is the quintessential this show is about nothing. This is a show about a music club, and 90% of the show is them drinking tea and eating cakes and talking about music, and refusing to practice. For me, Azusa is my favorite. Hands down. Probably the highest of A tier. Maybe they make the top tier, honestly. Azusa is one of my favorite characters in anything ever. They're hardworking. They're the only character who actually tries to get them to practice, stay on track. She actually cares about the music. Passionate. I think that character's very good. Then right behind we have Ritsu. Tomboy. We have tomboy character. drummer. Very good character. Forehead. Forehead good. Ritu probably higher than Union. Higher than Nico, definitely. Probably higher than a lot of these, thinking about it. Probably with Bochi. Probably around Bochi. And then for me, it's probably Mio next. She's probably with Kyo. Yui's a bit lower. Yeah, Yui should be around with Renge, because they kind of... Yeah. Mugi doesn't do much. Mugi doesn't do much. We have... Oh my god, what are you called? Umaru-chan's friend from Himoto Umaru-chan. This is another, like, neat character who confides with Umaru. They're alright. Sapphire from Hibike Euphonium. Hibike Euphonium's a great fucking show. Sapphire's my favorite because they're tiny, but they play the fucking cello. And you can see in this preview, the cello is like fucking 5 times their size. And they refuse to play anything else. And for that stubbornness, they go here. Azusa from Heneko. They're okay. Heneko as a show is fantastic, but Azusa's my favorite, but the characters themselves are pretty one note. From the Going Home Club, they're okay. The show itself is great, but again, the characters aren't the important part. And now we have Kinura Mosaic. For those who don't know. Kinura Mosaic is probably also in my top 3 shows ever. This is the... How do I explain? The plot of this show is that you have a British exchange student moves to Japan because as a kid they had a pen pal and they met someone in Japan and they were friends, and then in high school they decide, I'm going to move to Japan and live with this friend that I was friends with. And then it's about their life as an English person living in Japan. And then in the second episode it's revealed that another British friend of theirs joins. And that is the source of the Ayaya meme and the Ayaya emotes that you see in 7 TV. That's this character, that's Karen. And it's going to be a toss-up between Azusa and Karen. These are like my favorite characters in anything, these 5 honestly. Karen is the most... How do I even explain? Karen is never sad in this show. If I want a show that I know will make me happy and just make me forget about things for 20 minutes, Kinura Mosaic is that, and Karen is the reason. Karen is aggressive positivity, and I think we need that from time to time, and that jacket's cool. I love Karen. I think Karen's a great character. And then we have Karen's stalker, who, if it was just judged on the anime, this character would be very low down because the anime does not focus on them at all. But as someone who's read the manga like a loser, the manga goes super in depth on this character and actually gives them a personality, and for that reason they're probably halfway through this list. And then we have arguably the protagonist, Alice, who's just kind of okay. Alice is pretty low for me, honestly. Yeah, around Rin. They're both kind of in the same... The world happens around them and they just kind of exist kind of meme. I really don't like Shinobu. She's the only character who I don't really like in Kinura Mosaic. The more I watch it, the more I'm like, oh, okay, she's fine. Aya is very high up there. She is probably around with the clan of characters. And then we have Yoko between Aya and Alice, probably. So, like here. And then we have the two teachers of the show. I love this teacher. I forget her name, but I think she's great. So she should go... Where's Aya? Aya's here. Aya should go... Yeah, we'll separate the climate characters. That's what it is. And then we have the teacher introduced in Season 2. So there's not been as much time with them, but they are still pretty good. So they exist here. We have Shadow Kirishima? Kirishima Shadow. That's what it is, because all of the characters' names in this show, because it's about a cafe, all of their names are puns on coffees and teas and drinks and stuff. So her pun name is based on Kilimanjaro. So her surname is Kirima, and her first name is Shadow, as in like Sharon but without an N. So altogether her name is Kirima Shadow. Because of Kilimanjaro. Like, one of the other characters is called Chino, and their surname is Kafu. So their name is literally just Kafushino. I think it's a great way of remembering characters' names. And one of them is literally called Kokoa, and their surname is Hoto, so it's Hoto Kokoa. Some great names in this show. The show itself is okay. The names are probably the most creative part of the show, honestly, but it's alright. Gochimon Usagi wa desu ka? Is the order a rabbit? Something like that. We have Nozaki-kun. This guy is a big scary dude, but then it's revealed that he is the silent artist of like the teen girls' like favorite manga, and he draws very cute things. So he's pretty cool. He probably goes... Where is... Yeah, with him. With him. Probably in the same boat. In the light novel you really like, he has a character named Lime Latte. The MC is like, yuck. Lime Latte sounds vile. Yeah, that sounds that sounds horrible. Hello, my name is Lime Latte. Disgusting. Pathetic. And then this is the love interest for Nozaki-kun, honestly. Not as interesting. This show is famous for the meme where people used to send it around where it said watch better anime. Where is it? Because she tries to like confess to him, but he thinks that she's asking for an autograph. So he hands her a piece of paper with his autograph, but then people pasted over it and wrote watch better anime on it, and it became viral. Look at how crusty this image is. That's how old this is, but this is the show. This is the show where this comes from. I remember this being a reaction image in every fucking forum that I ever read. Was this watch better anime, because all I watched was moe shit slice of life. And no matter what I clicked on, there'd be some asshole posting watch better anime with the same fucking reaction image. So maybe that traumatized me. We have Shovel Girl from Gakko Garashi School Live. The show itself is better than all of the characters, I guess. The show itself is like good, but the characters individually are okay. They'll probably go like here. With Rin and Alice. Satania. Satania is a great character. Satania goes near the top with Spike and Ayu. Kokona, where would I put you? Flip Flappers, another great show where like... See, because Kokona and Pipika, like, they have to exist together. It's hard to just rank one by themselves. I should have brought both in. Individually, they're probably in the same boat. Fuka's okay. I didn't really like... I liked Fuka, but it was okay. Oh, we have Demi-chan in here as well. So this character is literally a headless horseman. They're a Dullahan. They are holding their own head. This is one of those monster shows. So her head doesn't connect to her neck. She has a big green fire that sprouts from her neck, and she holds her head in her hands. She's actually a very interesting character beyond the design too. Saya from Dagashi Kashi. Influential character design that made me rethink my priorities when I watched it, so Saya exists up here. Charlotte Tomoyo. The name of the show is Charlotte. This character's called Tomoya? Noah? Something like that. I can't remember the name of this character. Charlotte was pretty good, but I haven't seen it since it aired, so I don't remember a lot. But I remember really liking it when I watched it, so for that reason, you should stick with TQ. Osami Dazai. We should probably talk about this. This man... how do I explain? Bungo Stray Dogs is a show that I didn't think I'd like, because I don't usually like shows like Bungo Stray Dogs. But this character kept me hooked. So... would I put Karen... because I kind of want only 3 in top tier. But it feels wrong to have Karen not in top tier. Exactly, that's Karen's reaction where I consider putting her down 1. No, he goes here. He goes here. Realistically, Tomoya goes here too. Okay. Nero Vanetti from 91 Days. You're okay. You're higher than Shinobu. I should give you more credit than that. You're not higher than Faldio. Faldio is pretty fucking low. I don't know how that happened. Faldio is higher than a lot of these. I think Valkyria Chronicles was one of the first ones I did. Yeah, Faldio should be at the top of this, really, compared to everyone else. Yeah, okay, and you're higher than you. Holy shit, we're almost done, chat. Yui from Angel Beats. I love Angel Beats. But I love the show as a show, and the characters themselves individually are just kind of okay to me. So you should probably... yeah, around where Maple is, because I really like Maple. I like Angel Beats as a show better than Maple's show, but I like Maple better than Yui. So they should exist next to each other. This is the character from Anne Happy. I forget what her name is. Hibike? Something like that. She's very one-note, standard Sun. Like very Sun, to a point where it's like aggressively Sun. So... textbook Sun should be here, I guess. And then we have this character from a show I literally have only seen the first 2 episodes, but they seem very scary. So I'll put them here. And then we have the Vocaloid bit. So I have the 4 Vocaloids that I listen to the most. I don't listen to a lot of Kaito. I don't listen to a lot of Meiko, is that her name? There's only really one Flower song I like. And I'm struggling to think of other Vocaloids. Gumi should probably be on here, actually. But I don't listen to a lot of Gumi songs individually. It's usually Miku and Gumi singing together. So if I was to be honest, based on favorites, Kagamin Rin goes in top tier for me, because she is my favorite Vocaloid. All of Kagamin Rin's songs, I don't know what it is, if it's the way people tune her, I don't know if it's the way that they make her songs particularly, I don't know. But Rin, if we're doing that, we can do top 5. We'll do that. So yeah, Kagamin Rin is number 1 for me. And then it's probably Miku. We'll start them off with the Vocaloids. We'll have Miku at the end. And then for me, it's probably Una. To be fair, all of these are B tier, because I listen to all of these, so... It probably is this order. Because I don't listen to a lot of Len individual songs, but because I listen to so much Ren, Len kind of gets in there too. I listen to a fair bit of Una songs. Luca should have been on here too, to be fair. Luca would have been between Una and Len. So yeah, it would have been Luca, Gumi, Len, really, if we actually got everyone in. But I think we're pretty much done, chat. I guess we should tweak these. I think this is fine. Fuka, Going Home Club. I agree with most of this as well. You should be moved up a bit. Shinobu, you're way too high. I think you're pretty low. Susie. Yeah, you should be higher too. I think that's okay. Kyoko should be higher than most of you. I think that's fair. Machi. Fafnir should be higher. Yeah, probably here. Yusa probably should be higher as well. I don't know if they're higher than the Prez though. I think this is it, chat. I don't see any ways I would tweak this. I think this is where we're at. Iko, Toru, Kobayashi. I think this is it. We made our list, chat. We did the thing. Let me save and download. Download image, please. Please. Don't let all of that go to waste. 2.5 hours. There it is. There it is. Okay. Let me load that as an actual image onto the scene. So that we can refer to this at any time. Move this into the Dango Twitch folder. Amazing. There it is, chat. 2.5 hours of work right here. So we have our top 5. We have Kotomi, Megumi, then Karen, then Dazai, then Rin. And then we have our highest tier after that. Pretty substantial. We get to the bulk of it, really. Where these are like favorites. Like these are like ultimate favorites. The top 5 changed my life. These are like the ultimate favorites. These are like the favorites of the individual shows, I guess. And then we get to the shows that don't quite mean as much, but they're still favorites. But there it is. There's the show. Alright, I am going to take a break because my voice is going. It is done. I'm going to take a break. I'm not going. I'm not disappearing. I'm not leaving. I've now got to decide. I guess it depends on you guys. Let me know. Do we do a bracket? So we can either go through that same list again and go through a bracket where it's a 1v1 style. Or if you guys are into Vocaloid, we do have a Vocaloid tier list and I have the MP3 files and we can listen to some music and you guys can get a feel for my music taste, I guess. I don't fucking know. I'll figure out what we're doing, but I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna get another drink of water. Because my voice do be dead though. Where's the BRB? That says switching games. That's not what we're doing. Be right back. Happy 12 years. Okay. We'll take a break. Thanks everyone for sticking around. And we'll see what we do in the next bit. Bing bong. Hello. I'm back. I've yet to figure out a way to make that a smoother transition, rather than just butting in and saying hello very loudly. But hello. I have refilled the water. I have got a drink. I have reset. I have taken a break and reset, and I have decided, if you will indulge, I think we'll do the Vocaloid stuff tonight too. I have opened up the folder, and I have a Vocaloid folder with all of the MP3s and music in it. So the audio is going to be a bit of a challenge to juggle. But I know if I don't do it now, I don't think I ever will. Or it'll become another project that we don't do for like months. So while we have everything set up, I think we should go for it, and we should just do the thing. So, what is this? Oh, okay. Let's hide the BRB screen, hide the image, bring back the Chrome window. There it is, in all its glory. Amazing. So, we have a much smaller list here, thankfully. I think there's about 30 songs? How many songs do we have in here? Folder, stream assets, Vocaloid song list. 85 songs? That's not true. There's no way we have 85. I guess these rows are deceiving. We have a fair few songs in here apparently then. Obviously we're gonna listen to like 30 seconds of each, so an hour maybe. We'll see. Yeah, this is probably more personal than what we just did. This is probably more revealing. This is the Vocaloid music that I still listen to this day. This is based on a couple things. There are some songs in here that shaped Vocaloid for me growing up. There's a couple in here that are very new. Let me try and find a new one. Yeah, so like Dochi Nanda came out like a month ago. There's some in here that are like relatively new. And some of these are based on rhythm games. So some of these I hadn't really heard until they started playing either Groove Coaster or Project Diva. And some of these exist. So I guess we just go through them in this order. They're somewhat grouped by producer. So Deco 27. I think there's like 10 songs in here by them because they are my favorites. And we should probably just start going through them. So if we go into this folder, the first song in here is Not a Devil. This one is very new. This probably came out a few months ago. And I guess we'll play it. A lot of these are going to be really tough to decide. It's going to be tough for me to like filter these through. Let's hope it's not really loud. Apologies if it is. Okay, perfect. So that should be about the same volume as the background music before. Time to go to bed. Okay. Have a good night. I hope you enjoyed the 5 characters you recognized. Have a good one. Catch you again soon. So yeah, this one's really new, so it's tough for me to decide, but I will say this is one of the favorites. It's so difficult to... If, for the sake of this, we also give these letters. This is really tough, because this is one of my favorites immediately. But if I put this up here straight away... Because this is Deco and Pinot. So this is like 2 titans. This has to go in A. Surely. I also gave labels to a lot of them. Mainly for my own reference. Yeah, this has to go up there, because listen to this shit, like... How fucking cool does that sound? And then it quietens out again before the chorus comes in. And then we have a key change. Here it is. It's insane. It's insane. It's such a short song, but it does not overstay its welcome. Okay, yeah, we have to. That has to go in A tier. It has to. It might get pushed to high B or the end of A, but it has to be in that region, surely. I'm trying to see if I can crop this a bit better, honestly. Do we just do this instead? That's probably better. Okay, so that's Not a Devil, and we accidentally played the whole song. I was worried about this, because I love this music, so I'm just gonna end up wanting to listen to all of it. Okay, here's Android Girl. Now this is more of a nostalgia pick. I say that, when did this song come out? Android Girl. $2019, you're kidding. What? Is it that new? That's crazy. Extaria, hello! Yeah, 12 years. I definitely haven't been streaming for 12 years. I'll bring this down so I'm not shouting over it. But yeah, 28th of January, 12 years ago, or July rather, I made this Twitch account. So I was definitely viewing streams 12 years ago. I was probably streaming. My first stream was probably like 10 years ago. But as a viewer, 12 years on Twitch. Today, 12 years. But how are you, Extaria? We're currently going through Vocaloid songs, which is the music in the background right now. I made sure to have audio for all of the songs in this list, and you'll realize that most of it is just all of the happy songs. The slower sad songs get booted to the lower tiers. So this is Android Girl. This is really good to me. This is, I think this is one of the first of the producer that I'd, or the, I don't know what the word is, the artist. Is it as high as Not a Devil? Probably is the problem. So tough. Because Not a Devil has like that key change everything by the end. We're like 2 minutes into this one and it's very like similar. If we skip to the end. Like it just repeats again, so I guess it's tough. That's really tough. I think we'll stick with B for now. The next song on the list is Animal. In terms of deco songs, this is one of the lesser for me. But like all of them are good. These are all favorites for a reason, but like it's so tough. See, it's so tough. It's really tough because like this is probably going to be low on the tier list just because the competition is so high. But for this to be anything lower than C tier feels like a kick in the teeth. Like that doesn't feel right to have it anywhere lower than C, but it probably will be. I think we should go C for now and move to Cinderella. What's the next one? Oh, this is Cinderella. See, this is really catchy to me. This is... so tough. I didn't consider the fact that listening to all these like one after the other, a lot of these are going to sound really similar, especially with the same producers. And then here's the chorus. That is, like, it's a super earworm song for sure. Definitely. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think Cinderella is probably higher than Android Girl. It might even be an A tier, but I think Android Girl next to it is fair. The next one's Dilemma. I don't listen to this one nearly as much, but I remember having a really catchy chorus. Just gotta see if everything else is as good. The build-up's good. Oh, does this have the growl on one of the long notes? Oh my god, wait, I know this song. Alright, this is really high for me, actually. Shit. Fuck. They're all good. Because this is the deep. Where it goes down for a bit too. Yeah, that's really tough to beat. Does he do anything different for the second chorus? See, that's so this is such a fun solo. It's a really short solo, but that's a really fun solo. Oh, and then we have a key change at the end? Come on. it's such a simple thing, but it just, my brain, it activates the neurons. Yeah, that's really good. That's really, really tough to beat. That's super underrated then, because I don't listen to this as much as I should. Yeah, that's insane. That goes insane. Okay, that has to go up here. Honestly, I was super impressed with it. I think it should stay at the top for now. Now, the next one is Ghost Rule. A classic. I don't think this one is in the risk of being overplayed. Just because I've heard this song so many times. It doesn't have the magic that rediscovering Dilemma might have. That's really good. Build up to the chorus. To this section. Pretty good. It's pretty, I don't know, it's like it's definitely above average. High C, low B maybe. I think I just am not as huge a fan of Ghost Rule as everyone else. It's definitely higher than Animal. I don't think I would listen to this over Android Girl though. Yeah, I think we'll keep Ghost Rule there for now. The next one we have is Psychogram. Oh, okay, this song is insane. Okay. This has some of the craziest switch-ups for the choruses that I've ever heard in my life. This one's gonna be really high, I just know it's gonna be high B. Those guitars, man. And it's all building up to this point. And here it is. And we're still building. And suddenly, ethereal. Until this. And it combines the two. It's insane. Actually insane. And then brings you all the way back down again. And it essentially does that 3 times. Slowly builds up, gets heavier. Gives you that ethereal chorus again. I think if we skip to this. So it gives you another one of those choruses. It's just so cool. Does it again for a 3rd time. And then right at the end of the song. That long note, that hold at the end. And it just cuts off so abruptly. I love that. I love that song. That's insane. That has to be... we have a lot in here, so I'm hesitant to put another one in A, but that's really high B for me. We have another classic. We have Salamander. This one's nuts. When people talk about radio stations with all bangers, these are the songs I'm imagining. This is the radio I wish to present. Just based on instinct, I'm like, this is higher than Ghost Rule, maybe lower than Android Girl. But we'll see after this chorus comes in. It's really hard to separate some of these songs, because so many of them have Hololive covers now as well. Like when I hear this song, I just think of Nene's cover. Sakura Nene. It's such a good cover. I know Callie has a cover of this song too. I think I heard it once when it was first released and I didn't again. I didn't hate it. I think just because I'm so used to Nene's cover. Yeah, high C I think. Oh, we do have this section though. This is different. So we do have a bit of a mix-up, but It's up against some very strong competition, and then we have Zombies. This is a personal favorite. This song is pretty simple. I really love the vocals. I'm blasting this one. I love this song. It's all building to this chorus, and here it is. It's so good. It's insane. It's so good. Audio jungle, I suppose. Oh well, the VOD's being deleted, so it's fine. That's so tough. I think Android Girl has to be higher, Cinderella has to be lower. I think that's how we have to do this. And then we'll go to Vampire. So this is the last of Deco's music. Just for this selection. Ultimate Dissection was very close to being on here, but I limited what I had. I was like, I think 10 per producer is the max. This one's okay. This one's definitely like just a victim of being overplayed. When I first heard this song, I was super impressed, but I've heard it a million times at this point. Kiara has a cover, Iron Mouse has a cover. There's so many covers of this song. I honestly, probably above Animal, definitely above, yeah, no, Animal. I think this is where Deco stands for me. Yeah, I think that's Deco for us. So, some of these are grouped by producers. Like we have Wawaka's stuff in here in the middle. We got some Nyatalian, I can never pronounce. But a lot of it is just all over the place. So the next one we have is Dreaming Choo Choo, which is not in my list. Who produced Dreaming Choo Choo? I'm assuming it's because I have it in a separate producer folder. Oh, it's because Amon produced it. Here it is. Amon has his own folder, or their own folder. Because they did a lot of stuff in this list. But here's Dreamin' Choo Choo. This one's another classic. When did this song come out? I feel like everyone was talking about this on YouTube at one time. I don't listen to a lot of Luca's music, but like, there's, man, it's really good. It's really good. So when did this release? Does the wiki not state the release date? Choo-choo. 9 years ago, 2014. Okay. What the fuck do you mean 2014? How has it been? What? This song is 9 years old. How is this song 9 years old? Excuse me? That's... wow. Well, that explains why I know the words. This is a really high B. I think that's higher than Psychogram. Yeah, I think that's... We've heard enough of Dream and Choo Choo for my point to be made. Song's incredible. We have another one from Amon. I think all of these are Amons. We have Lucky Orb. When was this produced? I'm gonna be looking this up for all of them now. I'm curious. When was Lucky Orb produced? I actually haven't listened to this in forever. Like, I don't really recognize this song. Lucky Orb Miku. 2019. Okay, so that's why. It's after my time. Was this like a Magical Mirror I saw? Oh, theme song from Miku Expo. I was gonna say, it sounds like a theme. It sounds like an opening. Skipping through. That's okay. It's not bad. It's the weakest so far. So like, even though this E makes it sound really bad. So we make this S tier, just so the rest don't seem as bad. Yeah. It's just not quite as impactful as the others, I guess. Not even impactful, because I don't think it needs to be bombastic, but... yeah, I'm not too... compared to what we've had so far. That's probably the first in D tier. I do love these parts though, where they drop out the instrumental. Okay, we'll move over to Maitamo Reborn. This is our first Rin song? This is our first Rin song. There she is, it's Rin. She's here. Oh, where's my hat? Goma, you can go to sleep now, I guess. Okay, yeah, I love this song. Yeah, that's really high. It's not the highest of Rin songs, but it's definitely high. Higher than Salamander, probably. The next one we have is Muteki Pop. This is Miku, Rin, and Len. I don't remember this one. Muteki Pop? I am bad with names, but... Muteki Pop. Unrivaled Pop. This isn't the clown song, is it? Yeah, it doesn't ring any bells. But it was listed as a favorite in my list. Unless it just has a very long intro, I don't remember. The techie pop. It seems very slow for me to like it. It must have a great chorus. Because so far this is like the least for me at the moment. I know this song, okay. I do like the chorus. Damn. I was hoping we could have an easy bottom tier song. It's not bad. I do think it's probably higher than Lucky Orb, but they're about the same at the moment. We can move over to Shake It. This is another... Oh, here we go. Come on. This is a song. Another Miku Lin Win trio. But this is a song. Oh yeah. This makes me want to break out the DJ software. This song's insane. Yeah, this is really high. This is really, really high for me. Is that the last Aemon song? Oh no, we have one more. Here it is. The old funky night. That's such a cool chorus. Here it is. So fun. Such a fun song. I'm convinced. That's enough we need to hear. I want to hear the whole song, but we've got a lot to get through. This one is just called Too Cute, and it's a Rin song. I can't say I recognize that cover or the title, so let's see. It is cute. I do like how it sounds. Let me get to the chorus. That's okay. That's pretty good. It's probably here. Around the same spot as Animal. Does it have anything else for me? Skipping through it, obviously. Okay. We're like 2/3 of the way in and we have a bit of a breakdown. What have we got? This is the same song. Okay. I'm waiting for a big drop at the end of this, because I was ready for one. So here it is now. Okay. Alright, that's pretty impressive. Oh wow. Okay. You convinced me. That knocks Animal down. For that to be like, yeah, okay, we'll take that. The next one up is Delusion Sketch, which I forget. Is that a 40 MP song? It is. But this producer is like responsible for so many of these iconic openings. It's the same for Love Trial, which I know is coming up. This is gonna be... See, this song is like iconic, but for me, I was never a huge fan of this one. I really like Corone's cover, but even that, I'd rather listen to Corone's other music. I've just never been a huge Love Trial fan. Yeah, I don't know. The first Una song we have in the list. There's not that many. Pretty good. Chorus saves it a lot. I don't know if I'm a huge fan. I do like it. I think on its own I like it a lot more, but it's just up against my literal favorites, whereas this is like a kind of favorite. It doesn't even sound like Una that much, right? Like for the first, I was like, wait, is this Una? I don't know if that's just me. I don't have the best ear for Una, but it's tough. Do we put this above Love Trial? I think we do, but by how much? I don't think it's higher than... I think we keep it there. The next one we have is Time Machine. I think I used to call this by a different title. Because I think I recognized the song, but I didn't recognize it as Time Machine. I remember how emotional Miku sounded with the tuning in this one. Like, it actually sounds like they're on the verge of tears in this opening. Again, it's okay. I just don't think I'm built for these emotional, slower songs. Okay. The chorus might change my mind. Huh. Yeah, that does change things. That's pretty good. Do we have a second chorus that brings it all together? Piano break at the end. Guitar solo. That is surprising. Yeah, this picks up very much by the end. Yeah, Miku's rocking out by the end. Okay, that's really surprising. That really does push it further in the end. I think middle of B, high B is probably good for Time Machine. Do we like it? It's probably better than Matama Reborn after all that. We probably need to be speeding things up. We're only like one row down. Alright, the next one we have some Giga songs in here. And they are a personal favorite of mine, so a lot of these will also be very high. This is a personal favorite. This is probably like up here with Shake It, probably better than Shake It. But we'll give it 30 seconds. Project Diva rating stream. I mean, so much of this is the Project Diva sound list. That game has like 300 songs though. This has 80, and it's taking us like an hour to do 10 songs. So 30 hours more realistically. But we'll be going insane after the first 3. Like, I feel like I'm going insane now. We're probably doing the League of Legends tier list another day. Yeah, I love this stuff. All of Giga's music is like this. Like, all of these are insane. I love all of these songs. Bring It On is so good. I honestly think it's like here. It might even beat Dilemma. I really do love this song. Like, insane. Like, can we pause for a second? Like, can we appreciate how the fuck they made them do that? Listen to this. That's insane. That sounds insane. It's fucking nuts. A lot of people have been complaining about some of the... Well, not a lot of people. Some people have been complaining about the newer Vocaloid updates for that reason. Because the technology is getting so advanced now that they're sounding a lot more human. And we're arguably losing some of the robotic nature of Vocaloid. I don't know if I agree with that 100%, but the argument is there. And the discussion is happening, for sure. Because Teto just got released. Teto got a new version. And I know a lot of people are still, like, wanting to use the old Teto voice bank because it sounds more artificial. Yeah, I love that song. We should move to Childish War. Another Giga song. This probably goes in top tier for me. Yo, this is one of your favorites too. I love this song. This is probably top 5 for me of all time. We'll let it go through. Oh, this is because I think I was trying to play Love is War, which I don't even think I have in this list. But this is the one you were trying to get me to play. I see. Yeah, this is not in Project Diva, unfortunately. That makes me sad, but the song's amazing. It's that vocal trill that Rin does there. I don't know the technical terms, but it's such a good song. I have already decided it's top tier. As much as I want to listen to the whole song, we have so many to get through. Yeah, them being pissed off at each other. It's such a good video. Amazing. Alright, speaking of music videos, this one's pretty, this song is literally called Plus Male. If you haven't heard this song before, you're in for a trip. Actually, never mind, I can't. I was debating bringing up the music video for this one, but probably not a good idea. Music video is interesting if you ever got 3 minutes. For real, for real. This song's amazing too. I'm telling you, this producer just knows what's up. It's when we get to the chorus. One sec. Here it is. That's such a good song. That has to go like he says a lot in this song. I wonder if we can find it in the wiki. Listen to this shit. What a fucking song. Alright, that's a personal favorite. It's higher than Dreamin' Choo Choo. I don't know if it's S tier. Because I really like the stuff up here, but yeah. That's really high. That's really high. It's probably going to go to S tier, but we'll see. Alright, the next one we have is Drop Pop Candy. This dominated the Tumblr space for years. This fucking song. Every single fandom at some point in their life claimed this song for their own parodies for whichever shit was popular. And it's all I can associate this fucking song with now. That's a good thing. I just realized it's 11 PM and I haven't done Duolingo, so I'm doing that now. That's a really good song. It's a very, like, standard. I think it's, like, middle of A. I think it's better than... See, I have a lot of nostalgia for this song, which is, like, carrying it much higher than it probably would normally. But I guess that contributes to something being a favorite. Oh shit, am I in the demotion zone? Oh no, I'm okay. I'm 14th. You have to be 24th to be in the demotion. Okay. We are safe. Yeah, that's low A. Top of B, probably, realistically. The next song is another one of my favorites. This is Getcha. A fucking banger, if you ask me. Preemptive. They even have Gumi singing in English in this song. It's perfect.
I'm moving on and I'm never ever turning back around again. I'll go higher and I'll go higher. I'm not going to take that down if you try.
Here it comes. Such a good song. There's a really good Hololive cover of Getcha as well, with Suisei and Callie. It's a really good duet cover. Suisei nails this song. I've never seen Suisei miss. And this is definitely one of the strongest hits that she's performed. Oh, here we go. So, it's iconic. It's insane. I'm running out of adjectives for these songs, but I just... Man. Alright, the next one we have is Hibikaze. Again, Giga Rail. This is another one that is... like... a time capsule for me. This song sounds like early 2000s. When did the song even come out? I don't even think it's as old as it sounds. 2014 this song came out. So yeah, fair enough, I was like 15, 16, so hey ho. Here it is. It's insane. But that's one of the Project Diva songs that it doesn't have a crazy music video because it doesn't need one. The vocals do all of the heavy lifting there. It's super impressive. Yeah, this producer just does not miss. Like, all of them have been in the top half of the tiers so far. What is the lowest one we've had from Giga? Drop Pop Candy, technically, and that's just like... I think that's a really old Giga song as well, in comparison to some of these. Do we get a key change in this second part? I can't remember. It sounds the same. I think we have a breakdown at the end, don't we? Yeah, here it is, here it is, here it is. Listen. It's such a, like, I don't know, there's not much to that build-up, but it's so effective. I don't even know why. I don't know how it works as well as it does, but it's such a good build-up for that final chorus. I wish I had the music words to explain why. It's just, I don't know. It's such a good conclusion to that song. Because so many of these are only like 2 minutes. This is like easily double that, but it doesn't feel like it drags. Yeah, so that was Hibikase. The next one is Luvatori with like 5 R's. This song I've only recently discovered. When did this come out again? But this sounds, it sounds like this song should have been known forever. Yeah, because this is the Gumi and Rin version. So when did this release? Nine years ago? Really? I only really discovered this like in the last year. How did I avoid this? Huh. But yeah, the more I learned about this song, the more I was like, oh, that's what it's about, huh? I see. That's the trick of when it's in a language you don't understand. Yeah, this one's alright. It's, I think because I don't have as much of a connection to it, it goes down here. But yeah, those are all the Giga songs that we have in the list as far as I'm aware. And now we have a couple Hachi songs. So the first one we have is Dune, with possibly one of the most famous Miku music videos. Like on YouTube, I think this has some of the highest view counts for it. I feel like it has to. The music video is so well done for this. But this is Dune. Honestly, I gotta be honest, I'm not a huge fan of Dune. I don't know. The song feels like it's the same 1 minute repeated 3 times. And I don't know if that's a stupid criticism, but it feels like you get to the chorus and then you're waiting for it to build up again, and it just stays the same. Like it builds to this one chorus here, and it's catchy. I'm thinking around here, honestly. But then it loses everything again. I don't know, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. It's just not for me. Because then we're like another minute in. And we're still at the same level. And we have the chorus again. And we're 3 minutes in. And we're still at the same kind of point. And this is like the big final chorus, but like it's just... it feels samey, I don't know. I don't know, but this is going to be really controversial, I think. I don't really like Matryoshka. I like the opening. This opening, no one will ever deny that this is not an iconic opening. Like, that opening is insane, but honestly, the rest of the song I'm not a huge fan. I don't know what it is even, really, that I don't like, but I'm just not. Because the drums go insane. I don't know, I can't put my finger on it. But those were our two Hachi songs. I'm a big Hachi fan, but not many Miku in here. The next one we have is Romeo and Cinderella. Doriko. See, this is nostalgic, but compared to some of these other songs, it really isn't as iconic anymore. It's higher than Matama Reborn. This is like, this is super early Vocaloid for me. When I was watching Project Diva music videos on YouTube, this was one of them. But if we get to the chorus, I do love the song, but I think it's just up again. It's probably higher than Time Machine. Higher than Drop Rock Candy. Is Romeo and Cinderella gonna beat Cinderella? Let me listen to Cinderella again. And then here's Cinderella again. I think I do like Cinderella more compared to Romeo and Cinderella. What a sentence. Okay, we have Do My Best. This is a Kinoshita song. A lot of these are Kinoshita in a row. This is the Una section, basically. Because this is like the only producer I listen to that uses Una. Apart from when we get to a bit later on. But I do love this song. This is really high for me. This is like when I said aggressive positivity earlier on. This is the same thing in audio version. Yeah, this song's nuts. It does not calm down. It's a really good Una song. It's probably higher than Psychogram, honestly. I don't think it's better than Dreamin' Choo Choo for me. The next one we have is Gao Gao Gao. It's another Rin song, so I'm gonna be biased, but listen to this shit. How cute is this? Yeah, that song's a classic. We don't need to hear more. This is I Want to Be It, Una. I didn't really know about this song until Groove Coaster. Disclaimer. But it's pretty good. This is like peak rhythm game. Yeah, that's pretty good. The next one we have is Positive Dance Time. Rin Una. I'm like getting to the point where I'm about to pass out, so I'm like trying to get through these and not spend 5 minutes on each one. I do love this song. I probably like this one more than I Want to Be It, so this probably goes to like here, and then this is probably like here. But now we move on to Michi M, one of my personal faves. So we have Age In. This is really high for me. Probably like up here. Yeah. News 39. I don't have that on here. Shit. Just I'm bummed out now because I do like that one. I forgot to add that one. When I think Michi M, I think Again, I think Viva Happy, I think Wah Wah World. Those are like my essentials. I almost put Freely Tomorrow on here as well, but I don't really listen to Freely Tomorrow that often. But yeah, that's Again. This one is a bit of a curveball. This is a bit of an odd pick. This is Bad Girl A. It's different. I think it's funky. but it's not one that I go back to all the time to listen to. Yeah, I probably prefer Animal and Love Trial, but I prefer this to Matryoshka. Honestly, no, we'll keep it there. If I put Matryoshka any lower, I think I'll get shot by a sniper. The next one is, like, probably another top tier for me. This song... This is Viva Happy. We'll do a top 5 again. The other one was a top 5. I need to move on, because otherwise I'll listen to the whole song. I love the... Is it this? The one that has this one? I love the animation for this song. It's really, really solid. Where she's dancing with all the other versions of Miku. I just remember this song. I originally found this song because it was an Osu meme. Because later, like, right at the end of the song, there's a part where Miku goes fucking nuts. Where is it? Here it is. This part. And like all of these are individual notes. I remember there was like an OS map where each of those was like a fucking... You had to hit 10 different notes and the dude like smashes his iPad. That's initially how I found this. But that's a great song. We move on to Wawa World. This is another one I didn't know about until recently, and I love this song. So there were a bunch of covers. Oh. This is a collab with Giga, so listen for the influence. Yeah, this is heavy for Michi M. But those are the Michi M songs I have. Now we move on to Wada Takoyaki. The first one we have is another Una song. We have Beast Dance. This is another one that takes a bit to get going for me. Like a lot of this is a little slow. But when we get to the first chorus, I don't think it's as... I don't like it as much as I want to be. It's higher than Ghost Rule for me. Alright, without listening, this is literally my favorite Vocaloid song ever made. Bless Your Breath. So, I probably don't need to explain this one. This is quite literally my favorite Vocaloid song. saluting for the national anthem. If I'm in the right mood, this song will make me cry. There it is. Dude, okay. I'm about to participate in a public service right now. If anyone in here hasn't heard the live version of this song that they did for Magical Mirai 2019, the crowd went fucking nuts for this song. Like exactly as I would. Here, one sec. Let me move this over. You guys need to hear this. I love this. I love this fucking video. This video makes me very happy. Listen to this. So like it's epilepsy warning as well. But here it is. Listen for the crowd in this fucking song. How crazy is that? Do you hear that? It's so... man. And they're going fucking nuts. They're going insane. This whole live performance of this song makes me stupidly happy. And here it is. Listen. They're still singing along. Dude, what I would have given to be there. My god. So... one of the videos where if my brain is overloaded, this will fix it. I've got the dumbest grin. My face hurts. Bruh. I love the shoes. I love this whole outfit, to be fair. This whole look. Iconic. But this was like their closing song for the show. It's insane. I would have lost my damn mind if I was there. I would have cried. And then they have like an after show thing and then they announce something else. Here it is. Listen, they are still singing. Miku has left. Miku has left the stage. They're still fucking singing. Listen. It's so fucking good. And I think this is them announcing for next year, because this is 2019. So that's them losing the damn minds. I love that video. That makes me happy. That's what it's all about, Chief. That's what Vocaloid's all about. So yes, Bless Your Breath is my number one. Cannot be beaten. So here's Hate It, Huge Ego. Una's got a tough task of trying to follow that up for me. This one's kind of just okay for me, honestly. And it is unfair that it's after Bless Your Breath, but it's okay. It's probably the weakest Una song so far, honestly. I'd probably still listen to this over Dune though. I think that's the difference. Dune is the marker. Dune is the gatekeeper for the C tier. Oh, I forgot how good the chorus is there. Yeah, okay, that's not bad. Yeah, fair enough. We'll keep it there, because I don't think it gets pushed up, but it's pretty good. And now we have Miku's theme tune, essentially. We have Anna Managuchi as Miku. I didn't realize this was Anna Managuchi for the longest time. But here is Miku. This has to be an S tier just because it's unforgettable. I still say Miku Miku Uyu, like, to this day. Fucking Uyu. Here's the chorus. Looking Miku Miku. Yeah, that's just for like the status of the song. That's tough to beat. These ones do beat it for me, but that's tough to beat. But that is essentially Miku's theme tune. Crazy. The next one we have is Dance VR Dance. Now I only know this song because Ina did a cover. I'm very sorry, Ina, but I like Ina's cover better, but we'll judge the original. Yeah, that's really good. That is probably my favorite Una song. I don't know, because I put Do My Best up here. I don't know if Do My Best deserves to be up here when... If Do My Best is there, this has to be above it, so... Whoa. Maybe that's a better ranking, because we got Gao Gao Ga is probably not as good as this song, honestly. I do love this one. Oh wow, the next one. This is a huge nostalgia song for me. I think I talk about this song like every other week. Wait, where is it? Where's this song? Oh, here it is. This goes in my top 5. This is a 100% purely nostalgia pick, but this shaped how I viewed Vocaloid in the early days. I still listen to this song like constantly, so it stands the test of time, as they say. It is still just as good all these years later. To me it is anyway. Okay, I'm gonna end up listening to the whole song. The next one is a bit more upbeat. This is Colorful Marine Snow. Carlos Hakamada. Here we go. I think that's a pretty solid, like, average pick for me. It's relatively new, and it's pretty okay. It's pretty average. The next one we have is a Sneak Extra Deco 27 pick. We could not have Aikotoba in here. For nostalgia, this at least is at the top of B. It has to be higher than Romeo and Cinderella. It's fucking Aikotoba. Can't not be in here. This and Popipo occupy the same space in my brain as like early Miku. I haven't heard this song in so long. Last time I heard this song was watching Germa play it on Project Diva, and that was not the same experience. It's just relaxing and listening to it yourself. Oh dude, we're up to... We're back-to-back bangers at this point, because now we have Melancholic, which is probably the 5th of my top 5. Oh, it's super quiet. This is one of my favorite songs, like, of all time. If I had to rank these 5, Melancholic is probably 2nd, this one, Viva Happy, and then Childish War is 5th, probably. Probably. That's tough, because there's some in here that I want. Like, I think Tell Your World, Electric Angel, arguably Reincarnation Apple, all deserve to be in the top tier as well. Damn. We'll figure it out. The next one is Senbonzakura. Senbonzakura. Where is it? Here it is. There we go. Now we're back to normal volume. Jesus Christ. This icon. This has to be the top of A tier. Honestly. It probably should be an S tier, but for me it's tier. This is one of the songs where the lead up to the chorus I think is more fun than the actual chorus. Look at do 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 do. Here it is coming up, here it is. Do 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 do. Such a fun pattern. Really good song. Now this is where it's going to get difficult because Tell Your World. To me, this is one of those iconic songs that have to be in the top 5. But I can't kick anything out of top 5, so I think that brings it to the top of S. This song kind of changed everything too. This is one of those, like, change the way you view music songs for me. When I imagine, like, you know those TV shows where it's like the singing competitions and the auditions? This song to me is like a perfect audition song. It's all I can think of when I hear it. It's perfect, it has everything. So good. And when it gets all the way to the end and they do that again, but they end on a higher note. We skip to the end and listen to this. Yeah, here it is, here it is. They have the same motif. And then here it goes. And then this. To me, that's like one of the most incredible endings to a song. I don't know what you would call that. Wow, what a song. That's yeah. It's kind of crazy that I can't fit it in my top 5. I might have to redecide, but this is Brain Fluid Explosion Girl. One of those titles you probably shouldn't think too much about. But we're here to judge the music, not the title. Such a strong opening. It even has the mix-up in the middle. I'm not a huge fan of the mix-up, but it has it. I always forget it has this. Yeah, there's so much going on in this song. This is probably more interesting than a standard Deco song. The Low Delusion sketch, maybe? Okay, the next one is Lost Ones Weeping. This is another Rin song. This is Neru. Oh, I love this song. Fuck. Yeah, this has to be somewhere in S tier. I love this song. Or maybe high A. Yeah, I'd say it's probably on the same level as Getcha. Probably, yeah, probably Wah Wah World. Around here. It's the chorus of this is so good. Here, this section. Yeah, that's higher. It's here. It's at least here. We have so many crazy Ring songs back to back. Because now we have Tokyo Teddy Bear. This has to be A tier as well. Higher than Dance VR Dance. Is it higher than Dreamin' Choo Choo? Don't know if it is. If it has to be higher than this and it has to be lower than this, I think it stays here. Yeah, I can't see anywhere else for it. So the next one is Iya. Wait, where is it? Wait, where is this song? Did I not get this one? Whoops. Unless this is by a producer I have a producer folder for. I don't even know who produced this one. I don't see it. Shit. Okay. I guess I didn't get the music for this one, so let's go find it real quick. Again, this is one that has like a Hololive cover that I prefer more, but we're here to judge the originals. Yeah, here it is. We'll get to the chorus. Here it is. It's pretty good. It's pretty okay. It's higher than this, higher than this, higher than this. Yeah, next to Drop Up Candy seems good. I love the music video for this one. I wanted to commission an artist to create like this. I wanted an artist to create this for my character. I love this little dance they do. This one. I really want a full body art of my character doing that. I'd be very happy. Because they also have... Do they have the DJ one at the end? Yeah, here we go. I'd love to have this. I want to have two versions. But this whole song is about being a loser and having no motivation to do anything, and I'm like, huh. I wonder why I like this song. The next song is Solar System Disco. We're now in alien territory. This is probably... It's probably in this order for me. Alien, then Solar System, then Andromeda. I picked these three because these are my three favorites. Honestly, we can do these real quick. Alien for me is A tier. Solar System then would be B, and Andromeda is probably in C. High C. So then the next one would be Roki. I do love this song. This one's S tier for me. This is the Rin and Len version as well, by the way. This is the one I listen to all the time. We at least have to hear the chorus now. We've heard this much. And then we get into Walloka territory, which all of this is incredible. So here we go. Such a good chorus. So, now we have Walloka's songs, which, for obvious reasons, carry more weight than a lot of these songs. I will try and keep my ratings as objective as possible. Apparently I didn't get Two-Faced Lovers either. Oh, it's in a separate folder. That's why. Here it is. Another classic. This is probably my favorite of the... Actually, World Dance Dancehall is really good. I don't know what my favorite is. We're gonna find out, I guess. This is higher than these ones. Probably Beline, yeah. Android Girl, Alien, Two-Faced Lovers. I probably prefer it to Alien. Gao 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 seems really high up here. Let me remind myself of what that song is. It's been bugging me. It seems like such a random song to be this high. Here it is. Oh, it is super cute though. Fuck. So what are the verses like? Okay, yeah, I think it does get dropped down quite a lot, because it seems... I think I only listened to a little bit and I only heard what I thought was a chorus. But the whole song is Gao Gao Gao. I mean, I do like it because it's Rin saying Gao Gao Gao. But if I'm really thinking about favorites, we're really getting contentious in this A tier now. It does have a key change. I'm a bitch for key changes. It's probably around the same as Do My Best. Hibikaze is probably higher. Yeah, I feel better about this now. All of these in the top list, I'm like, yeah, these are undeniable. Alright, this one's Unknown Mother Goose. This one's another one that's like huge for me. This is probably like around here. It's really high for me. Android Girl's gotta be better than Psychogram, surely. Yeah, yeah. Rolling Girl, classic. S tier. At least. It's higher than Anna Minaguchi. Handshake it. Yeah, this is really high. This has to be. This is like insane for me. Age seems really high up. To be higher than Senbozaku though. I think we need to swap those around. Honestly. Yeah, this feels better. This feels right. See, 'cause now we're getting to the end. I'm starting to tweak things, fine-tune. Alright, so now we have Warburns Downsfall. The one I thought was my favorite, but Rolling Girl is just so good. It's because they have the fast talking section in this. Yeah. I do love this song. I think it's higher than Dance VR Dance, but I think it's because... yeah, this is probably more like it. Tried to be not biased, but these songs are just, like, insane to me. We have another Una song. This one's very new. We listened to this one very recently and I was like, oh my god, wait, this is good. Hey Tina, you're up late. Hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. We're currently ranking Vocaloid music. We've been at this for like 2 hours now. We're almost at the end. Ah, I see, I see. I hope it all was finished on time for you. Glad to hear it. I'm good, I'm good. I'm getting delirious. We've been at this for like almost 5 hours, going through tier lists. We did a characters one. This is the completed one, depending on if you were busy focusing on your work. These are my top 5. Yeah, we're at the end of these, really. This one, this one's only been out like 3 weeks, but it's kind of been stuck in my head forever, so it probably does belong in A tier. Honestly. But yeah, I have a lot more to say about these songs than I realized, apparently. I was like, yeah, I can smash these out. I can take like 30 seconds on each and we can get this done very quickly. But I really am taking the time to like fine tune and make sure, because it's not just the tiers, I'm making sure that like individual songs are in the right order. And the next one we have is Meltdown. Meltdown is insane to me. This is another one that I discovered super early. So this is going to be really high. Probably disproportionately high to the quality, but it has to be A tier for me. It's whether it can, at this point, it's whether it can defeat the gauntlet of all these like insanely high quality songs to me. It's probably halfway there. You just immediately listening to this song just brings it all back. Is Two of a Kind in there? Shit, I don't think it is. The Una song, I'm presuming. I don't think it is. I'm dumb. There's a couple that I'm... like, there's a couple that Jackroll pointed out earlier. I think it was Jackroll, I can't remember. My brain is mush. But there's been like a couple since talking where I'm like, damn, I missed it. I think there's like 5 songs in total that should be in this list, but I forgot. Yeah, where would that be? Around here, honestly. It would be around the same spot as Dance VR Dance for me. So probably here where Meltdown is. Yeah, exactly. Like, this is a favorites. This is like all of my favorites. So like this top 5 is actually my top 5. Like this is actually just, this is my favorite Vocaloid song ever. This is my second. This one's nostalgic, but this is 3. This is 4 and this is 5. Unknown Mother Goose is A tier. I made sure to get, like, to me, these are the 4 Woaka staples. Rolling Girl is my favorite, Unknown Mother Goose, World's End Dance Hall, Two-Faced Lovers. I was like, these are my 4. These, for that producer, I'm like, these are the 4 that are etched into my brain forever. For the rest of my life, they will stay there. But yeah, I think Meltdown stays here. This was one of the first Rin songs I really heard. And it really is just her having a mental breakdown. The next one we have is controversial. This one is the MMORPG Addict Anthem. Or Springcore, whatever they call it in JP. Yeah, I think A tier is a good spot for it. So this song is also super quiet. So this song is in Project Diva. I play it all the time. I love this song. But when I was growing up, I thought this was a Rin song. Because there is a remix where they used Rin as the vocals. So this isn't even the version that I grew up with, but guess what I found? I found the original. So this is the version that I grew up with. So this is what we're going to be ranking. Because this is my version. It goes insanely hard compared to the other one. It like does not pull any punches. I couldn't figure out who the producer is for this, so I need to do more digging. But I found this specific version on a YouTube channel. For me, this is really high. This is a like super nostalgic one for me. I don't know if it beats Two-Faced Lovers. It definitely beats Meltdown. Would I rather listen to Two-Faced Lovers or this? I'd probably rather listen to this. Yeah, that's tough to beat. I don't think it beats Android Girl though. I like how I started this saying that I started off saying Deco27 is my favourite producer, but so much has overtaken it. My choice get yeah, that was a controversial one. I will say, these are all still my favourites, so even though this is D tier, it just means it's the lowest of my favourites. I don't think it's actually like below average. But in the competition it's up against, for me, I'm not a huge fan. I love the opening, but then the rest of the song to me is really boring. But that's just because I'm a fool. I have yet to find anyone else who dislikes Matryoshka. Like Holly loves that song too. Yeah, exactly. Like I still, this is based on my own collection, because I'm playing this through all the MP3s that I have. So this is based on my own collection, and then I went through Groove Coaster and Project Diva to go through the songs I've played the most to make this list. But yeah, MMORPG, really good song. Next one we have is Suicide Parade. I don't listen to a lot of Gumi, but this one is an exception because this goes insane. This is another one that probably automatically gets put into A, maybe high B at the lowest, but I'll refresh my memory. Honestly, I listen to this song for the chorus. A lot of these I listen to for just the chorus. But the chorus of this song is built different. Here it comes. Yeah, that's really good to have below, like, Gao Gao Ga and stuff like that. I don't know if I prefer it to Hibikase. Hibikase is really good. And Zombies and Delusions, yeah, I think it stays here. I think that's fair. We have another classic. We really are just banger after banger with these last ones. We had a lull in the middle, and now all of these, I'm looking at them and I'm like, yeah, all of these are going to be really high scorers. Shit. We'll have to figure out something. But here's Just Be Friends. It's probably around Alien, honestly. Again, I don't listen to much Luca, but it's really good. Just Be Friends and Dream and Choo Choo are like the only Luca songs I have up here, really. And we do have Luca Luca Night Fever, but that's about it. That's all we got. I'm a Rin and Miku kind of guy. And there's a fair bit of Una in here. Yeah. I think nostalgia is keeping this one in A. Otherwise it'd be like a high B. I do like this song a lot. And it's fun in Groove Coaster. Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good from Luca. Holy shit. How is this one not going to be in the top 5? We have, quite literally, the first Vocaloid song I ever heard. This feels criminal to not be in my top 5. Yeah, this is going to take some maneuvering to figure this out. There's no way this isn't in top 5. Did I take out Viva Happy? That feels wrong, but I think we'll see. Honestly, same. Is this the order? Yeah, there's no way this isn't in the top 5. It's just physically not possible. Yeah, this is way more. I love both Viva Happy and this one, but this is more important to me. I had to stop my sentence so that I could salute in time for the chorus. Very important. Alright, we've heard Walls Is Mine. The next one is a personal favorite. We have Remote Controller. I just wrote Remote Control, apparently, but the song is Remote Controller. I think the build-up for the song is great, but I'll skip to the meat of the song. just feels like it has to be an S tier. Probably the bottom of S for me, but I love this song. A lot of Ren and Lin. Ren and Lin, nice one, Owen. That's how you know it's past midnight. A lot of Rin and Lan up here. I know what I'm about. I think Senbon's up there. It's probably higher. But this is higher than Rookie. Yeah, that has to stay in S. That has to. This is like another one that should be in the top fucking 5. Okay. Now we have Alice. This is another one that's... I listened to this at the right time in my life, I guess, is what I should say. I think, like, objectively, this song's pretty okay, but to me... There's a live version of this song. One sec, let me find that. There's a live version of this song that I watched when I was very young. And I was like, holy shit, Miku's real. She sounds like an angel. I was like, how is this possible? Check this out. How old is this? 10 years ago. 2012. My Twitch channel's older than this, this video. Electric Angel's another really good one. But I saw this and I was like, what? If you catch me on the right day, this song will make me cry. I don't think that's gonna be tonight, but catch me on the right day. I think that's only the second on this list where I've said that's the case. I don't listen to a lot of slow Miku songs, but I'll make an exception for this one. But yeah, the live performance of this is like, oh yeah, look, I'm covering it. Hey look, it's the other version, and I've watched it. Yeah, I think the live version does a lot of the heavy lifting, to be honest. But yeah, that's really high for me. That has to be like, for me, that's high A. It has to be. Kind of criminal, it's not in S, but I think high A is good enough. We now have another classic. Oh shit. There we go. You didn't see anything. That's fine. Professionalism lost. Gross. But we love this song. 39 Music. To this day, all I can hear is Miku saying "fuck you" music. That's what it sounds like she says. And now that I've told you, if you haven't heard that before, that's all you're gonna hear every time you hear this song. Is Miku saying "fuck you" music. Do 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 do. Oh. Yeah, this song's great. This is a very like I think what's happened is a lot of this at the bottom of A should probably be in B. I think that's what the problem is. I think the top of B should probably be like this. Like Suicide Parade is probably the top of B for me. And then Hibikaze marks a jump between the two. This is really high for me. Is it higher than Meltdown? I don't think it is. I think this is where it stays, because I think it's higher than Dance VR Dance, but lower than Meltdown. Yeah, that's where it stays. Holy shit, it's King. The next one is Gumi's King. The VTuber cover special. I have my own illustration of myself as King. That being said, it's alright. it's probably the high of B. Would I rather listen to this or Hibikaze? Probably Hibikaze. I like what this song stands for more than anything. The era where every fucking VTuber on existence came together to cover this one song. And now we have like a million incredible versions. We do have, I don't know if you've, not many people have heard this, so I'm gonna do my bit. Pavlovia Reina from Hololive Indonesia has an incredible cover of this song. And I'm gonna play it for you now. Hollow ID, Lady of the Peafowl. Here it is. Alright, check this out. How insane does this sound? This is the Redshift remix of this song. And Reina has the vocals to back it up, in my opinion. For sure. Let me find it. So good. It's insane. There you go. But yeah, Redshift just insane remix, and then Brain just knowing exactly how to smash it. But yeah, there's so many good remixes out there. If we're on the topic, I think Iron Mouse also has a really good remix. Here it is, here it is, here it is. I think Iron Mouse has the high-pitched brat version of this song. I think this one's also really good, but I just love Iron Mouse. Enjoy. I think this one's fantastic too. More traditional, but still their own spin. Yeah, I love Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse has such a... Iron Mouse did a vampire cover too, which I didn't realize until like a month ago, because it's pretty old. Where is it? Yeah, this is like a year ago now. I didn't realize Iron Mouse did this, but it sounds amazing. Like, she just does not struggle to hit those high notes ever. The power in her voice will never stop amazing me. If we're on the Iron Mouse train, she also did a cover of Getcha with Nyan. Hey man, I like VTubers. I like music. I like VTubers and music. I think Iron Mouse has an incredible voice, and here's Nyan. Listen. So good. Such a good cover. Alright. We're never gonna finish this bloody tier list. Alright, what was the next one? Luca Night Fever. Of course it is. How could we forget? Oh god, where is it? I have to find it quick or else we're gonna be sat here in silence. Did I not download Luca Night Fever? Alright, well I guess I'm finding it. I thought I had MP3s for all of these, but not for this one apparently. Alright, here it is. Another classic. Can't live without this one. This was my first Luca song. Because I didn't really understand like what Vocaloid was when I first started listening. I knew who Miku was and I knew who Rin was. And then I was like, who the fuck is this? There's another one. Not realizing there's like quite a few. If Just Be Friends got this high for nostalgia, then Luca Night Fever definitely has to be higher. Unless we do it like this, justify it that way. Because I don't listen to this song that often. But this is one of the songs that like has a veteran's discount, if you like. It has to be up here. It's earned the right to be up here. And it shaped early Vocaloid for me. Yeah, I'm happy with that. The next one we have is Goodbye Declaration. So this is the only Flower song I have in the list. Mainly because I didn't realize this was a Flower song. But apparently so. I've heard a lot of covers of this song, which is why I love it, but I didn't realize that the original was a Flower song. Yeah, see, this is another one where, like, I've heard the Kiara cover so many times. Let me find it. I've heard Kiara's version so many times that the original sounds wrong. Like, this is what I'm expecting to hear. Oh wait, Aqua did a great version too. Man, Kiara's so underrated for vocals. Myself included. It took me a while to come around. But if we listen to Aqua's version, it's much higher and cutesier, but like, listen. It's so good, man. There's so many good covers of this song out there. But hey. I think for the original, if we're judging the original in isolation, probably about a B tier. So these are my two Pinocchio P representatives. We do have Not a Devil at the top, but these are my two Pinocchio P representatives. Because I don't really listen to much Pinocchio P, honestly. I'm not a huge Pinocchio P guy, personally. But here's Goddish. These are definitely my two favorite Pinocchio P songs. I should say. Because I was like, I'm not a Pinocchio P guy. I love these songs in particular. Just not a lot of their other catalogue. All the WAPs are in here. I've got good taste. People disagreed with my character's tier list, but I'm delivering with the Vocaloids. Yeah, this song is brilliant. Would I listen to this or Hibikaze? Hibikaze really is the gatekeeper for the A tier at this point. I think I'd still prefer Hibikaze, but I think they're on the same level. I think they're on a par. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. And then, personally, this is my favorite Pinocchio P song. Reincarnation Apple. This is top of A, potentially S tier, honestly. I love this song. Like, this song for me makes up for all of the other Pinocchio P stuff that I'm not a huge fan of. This one song is incredible. I've only really listened to the big stuff though. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that I haven't just experienced yet. It's such a cool sound, the fucking apple sound effect. It's so cool. So cool. I love stuff like that. This is higher than our game. Oh shit. I think this is where it stays. I think Alice keeps it from becoming S tier, but yeah, it's a great song. So good. I'm gonna end up listening to the whole thing, so let's switch over. This next one I don't know how to pronounce, but it's PA3 Sensation. So I don't have a clue. But this song completely surprised me when I first heard it, and I've never really heard much like it. I don't even know what genre I would put this song in, but I love it. I think this probably does make it into the S tier, but we'll see. I love this song. Such a good intro to the chorus. See, that's really tough because I don't know if... See, because now Alice is in here. Alice has like, sentimental, not really, but like, for something to be higher than Alice suddenly means a lot more in my head. Like, in my head I'm like, is this higher than Alice? Is Roki higher than Alice? So does that mean this needs to be moved up, or does this need to be moved around? Because in my head this isn't higher than Alice, but it feels wrong to... I guess it is an A tier then, that's what that means. Would I rather listen to Remote Controller and Roki over this? Probably. And I'd probably listen to Reincarnation after. Yeah, okay. Never mind. I made sense. Yeah, because I'd probably listen to this over Age, in which case we'll do a proper resort at the end. Holy, we're finally at Electric Angel. We made it. We made it to Electric Angel. Yeah, now here's the problem. This is also very high for me. Probably here. It's really good, man. How can anyone dislike this song? One of your comforts? Me too. The original, like, the animated music video. I'm sure you know the one. This one. When was this? 10 years ago again. All of it's like 2012 to 2014 for me. Those are like my peak Vocaloid discovery years. But yeah, discovering this video, I was like, who are these people? So cool. We're down to the last 8 songs already, and we've barely filled either of these like bottom tiers. Like everything is up here. I guess that just shows that I don't want anything to like be pushed down to these lower tiers, I guess. I'm looking at B tier to see if anything like should be pushed to C. To be down with like... It's tough though, because I still like Andromeda, I still like Love Trial, I still like Movatory, I still like Doom. I don't think anything in here is going to go to the bottom either. All of these are like my favorites. All of them are my favorites, obviously, but I know what I mean. Electric Angel is playing and my brain go brr. The next song is Magnet. And this is one I discovered as a 12, 13-year-old. Vocaloids can be gay. Where does Magnet go? I don't listen to Magnet very often. It's probably in the same vein as like Romeo and Cinderella. Where did I put that? It's here. Yeah, probably... It's lower than Romeo and Cinderella for me. Is it higher than Jumping Down Some Time or whatever this is called? I think Drop Pop Candy needs moving up. It's probably just behind Drop Pop Candy. Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, like already I'm kind of bored of it. It's like an important song for me, but I'm like, eh. Yeah, I wouldn't really even listen to this much, so... I'd rather listen to... These are really low. Holy shit, I just realized. Yeah, Salamander should be super high compared to this. I started with the Deco songs, so they've like just slowly been pushed further and further away. Yeah, Magnet has to be like... Yeah. Alright. This one's a bit of a meme song. Next one's Rinchan Now. It encapsulates my brain at all times, but I'd be lying if I said it's something that I listen to all the time. So it's probably gonna stay Yeah, I'd probably listened to Bad Girl A before this. But I'd probably listened to it before... Yeah. Yeah, this kind of makes my brain go brr. But it had to be on the list. Here's Secret Police. Now this song, in contrast, this song is insane. Luca Night Diva video S tier, song A tier. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. That Project Diva music video. Miku, can you slow down for a sec? That Project Diva music video for Night Fever is insane. You can tell I'm tired because I lose all capacity for adjectives and everything is just insane. I'm like, whoa, that's insane, bro. Everything just becomes, yo, that's crazy. Okay, Secret Police is really high. Would I listen to this over... I think Android Girl is where it stops. I went through all of those and I was like, which would I rather listen to? I think Secret Police beats most of them. The song sounds so different without the Project Diva buttons going nuts in the background. With the sound of me floundering to hit all the notes. Yeah, I think that's where it stays. I don't think it's higher than Android Girl. Sweet Devil. It's another one that I'm a huge fan of. There's another one where the music video is also a huge contributor. See, I'm like... Everything on this list is amazing now, so I don't think it's better than Goddish. I think it's better than King. Amazingly, I do. I actually probably would rather listen to this rather than King. So this is probably the new gatekeeper of B. Yeah, I think it is. I think it has to stay here because I don't think it beats Goddish. It doesn't deserve to be any lower. The next one's the Snow White Princess. This is another one I listened to really early. This started the love of Snow Miku. Since I heard this song, I was like, what do you mean there's winter themed Mikus every single year? I love Snow Miku. So this should go in A tier definitely, but where? Highland Psycho Ground 5 and Princefield Ground. Is it better than Two-Faced Lovers? That is really difficult to decide. That's really hard. Yeah, that's really difficult. I think it stays there. I don't think it beats Two-Faced Lovers. Oh wait, isn't this the song with the guitar solo on it though? Yeah, listen to this. Yeah, okay, it does. Okay. I don't think it beats MMORPG though. I think this is where it stays. Okay. We're down to the last three, chat. We're down to the last three songs. Weekender Girl. This song is very fun, but this feels like the most, like, average song in the list. this is probably the most middle of the ground. Higher than Ghost Rule. Yeah, this is probably it. In the middle. I suppose I like it more than Magnet. But I like it more than Salamander and Vampire. I know I like it more than I want to be it, so that means these must also be higher. I like it better than Ia Ia as well, so these must also be higher. I think I like it better than Vampire, but not better than Salamander. We're splitting hairs at this point, but we really are at that point. Alright. Second last one. Oh, apparently I didn't download this as either. Okay. Let's find What Do You Mean. To be fair, I love the music video for this. Not a huge complaint. Okay. So this is What Do You Mean? Let's get to the chorus. This has one of the catchiest choruses I've ever heard. This is like quintessential earworm to me. Like that do you constantly gets stuck in my head. Yeah, this has to be really high. I love this song. It's definitely A tier for me. Not where. It's better. I prefer it to Snow Miku that we just listened to. Do I prefer it to Android Girl? I think I do, actually. And I think that has surprised me. I didn't think that would be the case, but I think I do. Do I prefer it to World's End Dance Hall? I think I do. I really like this song. I think Dreamin' Choo Choo is where it stays, though. I don't think it beats Dreamin' Choo Choo. I'd rather listen to that than this. Okay. Chat. We are at the last song. We are at the last Vocaloid song of the list. We're almost there. We're almost home free. And it's another big favorite for me. This is Butterfly on Your Right Shoulder. This is another one that I heard super early. And I seem to have Mandela affected myself. Every version I can find of this song has like has like an acoustic guitar or like a banjo guitar solo. But I seem to remember one with like a heavier solo, and I need to figure out how to search for that one. I seem to remember like a different guitar solo or something. Because I've searched for like the append mix, which is different. but that doesn't seem right either. So I'm very confused, but this definitely is another A tier. I think we're just gonna have we will get rid of the labels, I think, so it doesn't look as bad. But somewhere in this one, I think it's higher than... It's around Meltdown, because I listened to both around the same time. And I think Meltdown I'd probably listen to less. But here, this is what I'm on about. If you listen to the solo that comes up here, like, I don't know what instrument that is, but that sounds so different to, like, whatever is in my brain. I seem to have, like, a distant memory of a different version of this song, where they use a different instrument for the solo there. But that said, chat, by Jove, I think we've done it. It's time to tweak. So we're at the bottom. So Lucky Orb, I remember wow, words. I remember not being a huge fan of. I was like, it's okay. Probably doesn't need to be in favorites. Same for Muteki Pop. Matryoshka is here for historical purposes and not too... compared to everything else on this list, bear in mind. And then Rinchan now, what it stands for, makes it a favorite. And then Bad Girl A is just kind of my least favorite of the favorites of Michium's works. It's different, and I like it for that, but it's not something I listen to all the time. And then we have Animal. Kind of the same for Deco. It's like my least favorite of the favorite Deco songs. Love Trial. Like, yeah, that makes sense here. I like Love Trial, but compared to everything else. Yasuo Monster. Oh, this is the Deco. Yeah, okay. So this is the other Una song. Muratori, I only really listened to recently, even though it's like 10 years old. Dune, Andromeda. Exit Huge Ego, Too Cute, Ghost Rule. I think Ghost Rule's really low, but it's just because I'm not a huge fan of Ghost Rule. Solar System Disco's quite low. Beast Dance. Do you know, I don't think much of this needs moving. I think we've been adjusting as we go so much, and that's why it's taken 3.5 hours. But I think this is it, to be honest. I don't see anything I disagree with here. Aikatova should be higher than Dochinanda. Same with... I think Dochinanda needs moving down quite a lot. But yeah, I think it stays here. It's a pretty new song, and I don't like Una as much as some of these other songs, unfortunately. I think Do My Best is a better song, so that makes sense. But Chad, I think we did it. I agree with everything in here. This is it. This is the list. Viva Happy, Tell Your World, Bring It On, Rolling Girl, Dilemma. Dilemma did really well. I was thinking about... I thought this would get pushed down quite a lot, but... didn't see any reason to. I think this is it, chat. We did it. Let me save and download the image now, so that we don't lose 3.5 hours of work. That would be nice. Downloads. Let's have a look. My Vocaloid image. Amazing. And then move this to the Dango Twitch folder. Dude, it feels so quiet because we've been listening to music non-stop for 3.5 hours. Is this the right image? So that's the other tier list, and then we'll make the image for this one. And then if I open up this Vocaloid, there it is. We have the tier list. I'll probably post this to Twitter when it's not 1 AM for me. But here it is. That's the list. So we've got the top 5. All pretty self-explanatory, I think, and then kind of slowly peters off, and I'm happy with that. I think that's a good list. A good tier list. I'll keep the things bookmarked so that we can refer back to this, and if that's how you farm engagement, right? You get other people to do the list, even though this is a very personalized... These are literally the songs that are my favorites, so I don't know how well that'd go. We do have a bracket one, and I'm curious, so I want to do this once, and then I'm probably gonna go pass out. I think that's the plan. So this is set up as a bracket. This takes like 32 random choices, so the other list had 85, so this will just have random songs. So let's shuffle, and then yeah, here we go. Okay, so what would I prefer, 39 Music or Alien Alien? I think I'd prefer Alien Alien. What else do we got? Tokyo Teddy Bear Andromeda. That's Tokyo Teddy Bear. We should probably put a song on so we're not in in pure silence. What have we not listened to today? We were talking about this song, so we'll play that. Okay, what else? Weekender Girl, Goodbye Declaration. That's actually really tough. If we're counting all the covers, this one, but I think Weekender Girl wins it. Unknown Mother Goose or Animal, I have to go Unknown Mother Goose there. Too Cute, Wild Wild World, I think Wild Wild World wins. Brain Fluid Explosion or Again, have to go with that one. That's rough, because Bring It On is so good, so Hibikaze gets a tough opponent. That is difficult, because I'm not a huge fan of either of them. I think Ghost Roll I'd rather listen to. Last One's Weeping, 100%. Sweet Devil beats Magnet. Shake It, 100%. I do like Delusion Sketch more, but it's not an easy choice. Alice, 100%. Dreaming Choo Choo. Suki Daisuki. Dochinanda. Oh, so we do them in one side at a time, so... I think it is Alien Alien there. Yeah, it has to be on Unknown Mother Goose. Wild Wild World versus Again. What a matchup. I think I'd rather listen to Wild Wild World. Bring It On beats Ghost Roll. Last One's Weeping beats Sweet Devil. Shake It beats Delusion Sketch. Dreamin' Choo Choo beats Alice. I understand Alice means a lot, but if we're actually listening to the stuff. Suki Daisuki. Yeah, Unknown Mother Goose. Bring It On. That is tough. Do I want happy or sad? I think I'd probably listen to Shake It more. And then Suki Daisuki. I think it is Bring It On. It's a shame for Unknown Mother Goose, but... and then I think it's... Okay, this is mean. Yeah, that's a really mean matchup. That's really difficult. What did we even say? Yeah, Bring It On was technically in a tier below, but that's really difficult. I think I would rather listen to it. Time Machine Senban's Sen... I know what I'm trying to say. MMORPG versus Goddish. Aikutova or the Snow White Princess. I would rather listen to the Snow White Princess. Rolling Girl beats Love Trial. Tell Your World. Or Sunlight, Melancholy. That's gonna beat most of the other ones in here. I'd rather listen to King, probably. That's really difficult. World Is Mine or Electric Angel. That's really difficult. That's so difficult the music stopped. I think I have to choose World Is Mine. Suicide Parade or Bad Girl A? Probably a Suicide Parade. Childish War. Zombies is good though. Yep. Plus Male. Not a Devil. I think I'd rather listen to Just Be Friends. And then, yeah, that's unfortunate. Dilemma beats Solar System Disco. Dilemma's really good. Cinderella. Then we have... I think Simpon Sakura. Rolling Girl. Now that's a hell of a decision. It does have to be Melancholic, but Tell Your Worlds are really close. That's a close fight. World Is Mine. Childish War. Plus Male. Android Girl beats Just Be Friends. That's tough. I think Dilemma's the better song, but I probably do listen to Cinderella more. Rolling Girl beats Senbon Sakura. Melancholic as a personal opinion, but World Is Mine is tough. Childish War, even though that's close. Very similar, actually. Rolling Girl or Melancholic? Shit. Oh, I fucked it up. No, don't tell me. Oh, we can do it this way. Matchup mode. Melancholic. Childish War probably does beat Dilemma. And Melancholic again. And then we just have like my two favorite Rin songs. I probably do prefer Melancholic. So there it is. And there's my bracket. That is fun. I like that. I'll download it. Why not? Amazing. Seeing as it's 1 AM and we're all about to pass out, I think the smart thing to do would be to leave the League of Legends tier list for another day. Keep that in our back pocket. Have that ready for the next time we want to go live. Okay, let's have a look. It is much later than we normally stream, but let's see if anyone's live right now. It's like actually time zone time for the US, so surely. Oh, OT's live. Perfect, okay. He do be live though. He's playing Stepmania, so you came here for music. You'll be in good company. Raid, Party Bus, TV. Amazing. Alright chat, I will catch you all in the next one. Thanks for hanging out with me. It's been 12 years on Twitch. Which is kind of nuts. That's kind of insane. And thank you to all the lurkers. Hello. Do appreciate it. The number just showed up when I hit the raid button, so thank you. That's a lot higher than I thought it was. Hello, friends. Thanks, guys. I really do appreciate it. Of course, you're very welcome. Go say hi to OT. Feel free to use the raid message. Actually, don't use that one if you want. I'm going to use a shortened version, because he has TTS, text-to-speech, on every single message. So I'm going to use that one. I'm just going to post it twice. But don't worry, feel free to use any. But yeah, that's it from me. That is everything. Thanks for hanging out. Catch you guys when I catch you. I don't know when I'll be live next. I'm pretty busy this weekend, but we'll see. But yeah, thanks guys. Bing bong.